is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. It's generally referred to as the DPEA. The Scottish ministers have appointed me to hold an inquiry to consider an application by Renewable Energy Systems Limited to construct and operate the proposed Kintradwell wind farm. Now, the application proposes the construction of up to 15 turbines, not exceeding a height of 149.9 metres, a battery storage facility and associated infrastructure. The wind farm would be located on the Kintradwell estate, approximately 7.7 kilometres to north of Brora, 11.5 kilometres to the west of Helmsdale, and 12 kilometres to the northeast of Golspie, Sutherland, in the administrative area of the Highland Council. Now, the applicant is seeking consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989, and as part of that process is also seeking a direction under Section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 as amended, that deemed planning permission is also granted for the proposed development. Now, before I go any further, I would like to say a few things about housekeeping arrangements for today's proceedings. Firstly, as you'll be aware, the inquiry is being broadcast live to the DPEA website, and that a video record of the inquiry and hearing sessions will be retained on the website until ministers have taken a decision on this matter. In addition, by taking part in this inquiry session, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information relating to them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Again, as you'll note, we'll also be making use of the PA system throughout the proceedings. The microphone is activated by pressing the button on the base unit, and a red light on the stem indicates that the microphone is on. Now, as the audio and the camera equipment work in tandem, please remember to switch off the microphone when you have finished speaking. And if you do need to move the microphone, please do so by the base of the unit and not the stem. My colleague Callum Henderson, sitting at the back there, he'll be looking after all the technology throughout the inquiry and making sure that it runs smoothly. And from time to time, it may be necessary for Callum to come forward and replace the batteries in the base units, although I'm told that they do have a life that should last for the whole day. He'll also be responsible for uploading the day's proceedings to the DPA website. So please speak to Callum if you've got any queries on the technology side. There is a password, Wi-Fi password for use in this building, and it is simply Brora with a capital B 2020. The inquiry and the hearing sessions will be run in accord with current Scottish Government advice on coronavirus. This means that all those taking part in the inquiry and sitting in the public gallery are strongly encouraged to wear face coverings when moving around the venue. And attendees are also asked to maintain a 1 metre distance from others who are not in their household. I do have a few masks here if people have come without a mask today. Unfortunately, the guidance does not permit the DPA to provide water and glasses. As such, if you haven't already done so, you may wish to bring your own refreshments during the inquiry. Now, I want to say a few things about documents. I trust the parties have all received a memory stick from my office containing all the documents lodged to support their cases at the inquiry, and that you've been able to download and upload files to it without any difficulty. I know this was a topic of conversation at pre-examination meeting, so hopefully that's all run smoothly. If not, I think Callum would be interested to hear from you. Now, last week I was informed that there had been an issue with the printing of hard copy sets of the Westgarty visualisations, and that replacement copies were being prepared. Now, I did see before the inquiry started there were various copies being handed out, so I'm trusting everybody now has correct copies of the Westgarty visualisations. That's super, thank you. And I should say, for others that are interested, the application and inquiry documents can be found on the DPA website. There's also a couple of laptops at the back. There's a gentleman sitting there using one just now, where you'll be able to look at all the inquiry documents. And if there's something in particular that you want to look at, and you're having some difficulty finding it, I'm sure somebody from the applicant side will be able to help you locate it. So please don't hesitate to ask. And finally, on the matter of documents, the social club does have a room where you'll be pleased to know we can store documents overnight, and that's secure, so that should be okay. Okay. Now, I did see, just checking my emails before the inquiry start, Mr. Whelan, you did send an email yesterday, late yesterday, identifying a number of corrections to the report of handling. And I trust the applicant has picked up that email. And,
yes, sir.
Okay, that's super. Right, just a few words about the sitting times. Subsequent days of this inquiry will start at 9:30. My intention is that we'll sit to around 4:30, 5 o'clock each day, and my intention is to have a short mid-morning and mid-afternoon break and take about 45 minutes to an hour for lunch, and at appropriate time somewhere between 12:30 and 2 o'clock. But we can see how we're progressing with the evidence and our discussions at the hearings. Finally, just a few more things, but very important things. The weekly fire alarm test takes place on a Wednesday morning, and I've been told it will take place before our proceedings start that day. So if the alarm does sound, then please leave the building quickly and in orderly fashion through the fire exit just here, and also through the main door. And the muster point is in the car park, so please do so well away from the building. I trust you've all found the location of the toilets, just outside the door there to the left. And finally, could I ask you all to ensure that your mobile phones are switched off, or at the very least set to silent. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions about the housekeeping arrangements for the inquiry over the course of the week? No, super. Right, so we can say a few things about the procedure at this inquiry. At the pre-examination meeting in June, we agreed that the procedures that we would follow to hear evidence on a number of topics. And in short, what we agreed was that the predicted effects of the proposed development on landscape character and visual amenity would be the subject of an inquiry session, while hearing sessions would be held to discuss energy and planning policy matters and the draft conditions. And for those of you unfamiliar with these kind of events, the hearing sessions is more informal. We'll have a general discussion, and I will lead that discussion, where the inquiry session is somebody presenting evidence, and they will be cross-examined, and they can then be I will ask them some questions if need be, and they can be re-examined by their representative. So it's more formal, and so that will be a session that we'll have on landscape and visual matters. At the pre-examination meeting in September, we discussed the prospect of holding a further hearing session should the Scottish Government publish its anticipated revised national planning policy, its refreshed energy strategy and onshore wind policy statement after the conclusion of this inquiry and hearing sessions. It remains my intention that we will discuss these matters further in the hearing session that is to follow shortly. But it is my intention that there will be an opportunity to comment on those, the publication of those documents. Now, to accommodate the availability of a witness, the programme for this inquiry has been amended. We will commence proceedings this morning with our first hearing session on energy and planning policy matters, to be followed by a second hearing session on the proposed draft conditions, should the Scottish Ministers decide to grant consent to the application, and hopefully we'll be able to do that later today. I've issued an agenda for the policy hearing session, and again there's a few spare copies on the table in the corner there. I haven't issued an agenda for the draft conditions hearing session, as we'll simply work our way through the schedule in numerical order. And then after the hearing sessions, we will move straight into the inquiry session, consider landscape and visual impact matters. Whether that's late on today or tomorrow remains to be seen. We'll see how we progress through the hearing sessions. So are there any questions about the procedures that we'll be following through the course of this week?
No questions about procedure, sir, but it might be helpful if you ask the parties to introduce themselves so that people know who we've got on this table and vice versa at some stage. Okay.
I'll just say a few words about site inspections and then I'll come around to appearances and who's representing the parties. As indicated at the second pre-examination meeting, I was able to undertake unaccompanied site inspections at the beginning of October when I visited most of the viewpoints assessed in the Environmental Impact Assessment report. I'm happy to undertake further accompanied site inspections later this week, time and weather permitting. I know the applicant has been liaising with other parties to produce an itinerary, and I did see before we started that there is a map which indicates the route of a site inspection and the intended viewpoints. So thank you for organising that, Mr. Trinick. Are any questions about site inspections, Mr. Finlay? Okay. Okay, well perhaps now would be an appropriate time, Mr. Trinick, for you to introduce the people that will be representing your client. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor of King's Counsel, and I'm appearing with Jonathan Easton, who sits 3 to my left. There he is. And we're instructed by Nicola Marsh, a partner in Wright Johnson Mackenzie, and by Lizzie Tainch of Wright Johnson Mackenzie. They sit to the left of Jonathan Easton. So far as the clients are concerned, Mr. John Boyce, RES, sits over there, and Gavin Shirley is with him. To my right is my landscape witness, Fran Horn. To my immediate left, and of immediate relevance to the hearing session, is Simon Herriot, who will lead on that session, and Patrick Smart, who will also be saying things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finlay, for the Council.
Yes, sir. My name is James Finlay, King's Counsel. Still seems odd to say that. At inquiry, both in England and in Scotland. So for this session, I think I'll just limit myself to this session. On my left, I have Simon Heinsohn from Highland Council. To his left, just to be sitting in the front row, is Peter Whelan, just gaining experience from being in the front row. But it's Simon Heinsohn that's going to be doing the talking on policy and conditions. And on my right is John Whitfield from Loth Residents Association and Diana Royce, who I also represent. And it's John who'll primarily be doing the speaking at this session, and you should have had an email last week on the 27th of October with his CV background.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so without further ado, I think we can move into the first hearing session, if people are content to do that.
Can I just perhaps respond to two matters? First of all, perhaps to reiterate, we're very grateful for the pen drives, and it's perhaps a good idea to say that publicly, and they've done what we've asked them to do, be capable of doing, so as far as I can tell, so that's much appreciated. Secondly, so just to note that Loth residents are providing midday refreshment for this side of the table elsewhere, so it may be that 45 minutes is going to be slightly tight for us for lunch. I'm not suggesting we necessarily need the full hour, but we'll do our best to be back in time, but ask you to bear with us if we're not. Thirdly, so Mr. Trinick and I have had a discussion about timetable, and obviously we're in your hands primarily today, but in order to finish on Thursday evening, which both of us are keen to do, and particularly on behalf of Loth residents I'm keen to do, because they're only able to have their landscape witness here for 2 days, we're keen, if possible, to start the landscape evidence today. We've both discussed that, and if necessary, whether Mr. Trinick's witness is in Perda or not overnight is something that he is content to deal with, and we're both keen to make progress to ensure that we finish by Thursday. We feel that certainly if we start with examination in chief and perhaps some cross-examination today, that is eminently achievable. We don't, neither of us, and I'm sure no one else in the inquiry would wish to slip into Friday morning.
And that would leave Friday for the site inspection?
Absolutely.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, certainly when I was reflecting on the things that we might discuss in the policy session, and also looking at the kind of broad level of agreement that there is on conditions, perhaps we might progress a bit more quickly than I had originally anticipated. So yes.
As far as conditions are concerned, obviously, again, we're in your hands, but I don't think wearing Loth residents' hat, they have any particular input on conditions to make at all. And I understand between Highland Council and the applicants there's agreement, but obviously there may be matters that you wish to raise, and we'll assist you with those.
So we're in the same position.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay.
There's one thing I should say, just coming up, it may be preempting you, it's the MPF4, and perhaps you want to deal with that when coming to the session, or would you like to have a preliminary discussion about that now?
Well, that was going to be my opening comment about at the hearing session, but I'm more than happy to hear from you from now. Basically, I was going to give an invitation to the two of you to express a comment about the publication of the documents. We're not sure when, but we're anticipating sometime this month, and how we might respond to that. Certainly I'm open to holding a virtual kind of hearing session later in the month, and I wasn't sure whether you wanted to pencil something in towards the end of this month in the hope that something might happen.
Again, Mr. Trinick and I have had discussions, and we think a virtual hearing session is probably the best way forward. Certain element of compromise on both sides leading to that solution, but fixing a date may be slightly premature at this stage, only because we're not sure precisely when it's going to come out, and then parties will need some time to think about it and perhaps put something in writing, depending on how you want to run a virtual session prior to it. It may be the end of the month, so it may be fixing a date mid-December may be better. I know that the Scottish Planning Local Government Environmental Law Bar Group, which I prefer to call SPLODGE, is having its first Thursday of December drinks, and our pre-drinks entertainment is hopefully going to be a round table on MPF4, which should be out by then, but it may only just be out by then. So I'd have thought sometime in December, maybe early December, may be better.
My understanding is that it's going to be released to Parliament, the second version, soon, whatever soon means, but it will be going to the Local Government Committee on the 22nd of November, and on the 29th, and the Minister is due to appear at the committees that committee on those dates. Afterwards, depending on what the committee says, how many changes they want or don't want, then Parliament will resolve to issue the document, and then obviously the ministers have to adopt it after that. My best guess is we won't see an adopted document until pretty close to Christmas, by that time that's all gone through, although we may know the final form around about the 1st of December. It's either going to be a matter of tweaking the original version, or it could be a substantial rewrite. We don't know. But if it's a substantial rewrite, certainly we will want reasonable time to take it all in. This is a brand new senior development plan for Scotland, so it's a pretty important document. My suspicion is that at best, given that Mr. Finney and I have another inquiry in Highland on the 14th of December, for which we have to prepare, that at best we're looking at the week before Christmas in order to complete this exercise. And that seems possible, 19th, 20th, thereabouts. And I've spoken to Mr. Herriot, who assures me that he can speed read the document to be ready by then.
I told Highland Council have a hearing on another inquiry on the 20th of December. But we can liaise on that further during the next day or two, if that's of assistance.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
I should also say, of course, that I've got Mr. Easton as well, and if I'm tied up on that other inquiry, and that looks to be a good date, then I'm sure Mr Easton can stand in and appear.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I've duly noted your comments, and we just have to see how we go. Thank you. Well, that leads us nicely into the first item that's on the agenda for today. This is the kind of the broad title of the climate emergency. Now, I noticed that late last week there was the additional core documents on the UN emissions gap report, so I've got those. I did have a query whether the document as a whole has been lodged. I see that the documents that were sent forward, there was an executive summary and a conclusion, but I wasn't entirely sure whether you were presenting me with the document as a whole. I wonder if you could perhaps just clarify that before we get into a discussion.
Yeah, sure. It's the extracts, there's CD references for your benefit, 8.54 and 8.55, and it's effectively the executive summary, so it's not the entire report, along with a key messages document. And there's CD references 8.54 and 8.55, respectively.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Well, as I say, I would find it helpful to hear from the parties on the matter of climate change and the importance of the Scottish Government's greenhouse gas emissions targets in the determination of the application. Mr Herriott, these are matters that are addressed in the applicant's planning statement and in some detail at the outset of your hearing statement, in which it's claimed that the climate emergency demands immediate action. I think you say this at para 3.6.1, and that the 2045 net zero target and associated interim targets are set out in law and are key considerations. What I wanted to ask you was, how do these considerations sit with others relevant to the determination of the application, particularly environmental considerations?
Well, I think the first point is just to reiterate that the net zero target for 2045 and the interim targets, including the key 2030 target, are set in law. And that's set in the Climate Change Emissions Reduction Act, and that's CD 8.13. So ministers are effectively under a legal duty to make sure those targets are met. It's obviously up to ministers to determine the best means of achieving those targets. That doesn't mean that other considerations are set aside for example, environmental considerations, whether that be landscape, ecology, ornithology. But what we're seeing since publication of the Act in 2019, and particularly over the last 6 to 12 months, is a greater weight given to the statutory nature of those targets. In recent decisions on wind farm applications, running through from Paul's Hill 2 to Slickley Wind Farm, and then very recently the two Section 36 schemes at Rothes 3 and Clashgar. And what we're seeing there is that, and I'll quote from Rothes 3, just to sort of crystallise my point, and that's CD reference 10.57 and paragraph 2.179. And in that report, the reporter said that we consider that ministers' duty in respect of the emissions reduction target is a factor that, in principle, points in favour of a grant of permission for onshore wind specifically. And they go on to then say that's not to say that ministers' duty to act in the way they consider most sustainable will not take precedence, but it should it point to a different outcome. So they're saying, ministers, you're under a statutory obligation to achieve net zero. In principle, that points to greater support for onshore wind, but you clearly need to consider each case on its own merits and undertake what effectively is the planning balance. But we're seeing the tipping point change with increased weight onto the need side.
I wonder if I could just add to that, that if you look at the Rothes report, And I note that the Minister has accepted all the recommendations of the reporter. He didn't distance himself from them. That at paragraph 2, 181 of the Rothus report, reporters there acknowledge there's still a balance to strike, but say that the urgency of meeting those stringent targets set with the purpose of avoiding dangerous climate change must necessarily affect the balance to be struck. This is so for every particular development, notwithstanding that no particular development is required by policy to be committed. We acknowledge that this is a different view from the position that one of us took in making recommendations on the proposed Galty Clay wind farm. However, it appears to us that the evidence of the need for new onshore wind development in particular has moved on since that report was made in early 2020. So that's the direction of travel that we see.
Could you just give that reference again, please?
It's the CD 1057, paragraph 2.181, the Rothus inquiry report.
Is there anything you wanted to add, Mr. Herriot?
I think on top of that, we've got, as you mentioned at the outset, the GAP report from the most recent GAP report, the 2022 report, which is CD reference 8.54. And that very much carries on this theme of more renewable energy being needed to address the climate emergency. I think that the title of the document is called The Closing Window, and I think that tells us quite a lot about the statutory nature of these targets, the challenging nature of these targets, and while it's an interesting document, it does make for some quite bleak reading in places. Some headline points in the report note that since the predecessor report in 2021 and COP26, there's been very limited progress in reducing the immense emissions gap to 2030. With the policies that we currently have, and no additional action, global warming would increase by 2.8 degrees, significantly above the goal of well below 2 degrees set out in the Paris Agreement. And that without action, greenhouse gases are on level to reach unprecedented levels over the next 8 years. So there's a real trajectory over the last 12 months in particular of the significance, the seriousness of this issue, and at a planning level with Section 36 and planning applications on wind farms, we're seeing that being given appropriate weight in decisions.
Mr. Hinson, I've got a similar question for you. The Highland Council recognises the Scottish Government's declaration of a climate emergency and related biodiversity crisis, and has itself declared a climate and ecological emergency. How important are these considerations in determining this application, particularly one where the development plan is a material rather than a primary consideration?
I think what is the way certainly that we have moved as a council in recent times with that declaration of the climate emergency, recognising many of the issues that Mr. Herriot set out just earlier, is looking at that balance, and we are looking at the balance. We're reflecting on the recent decisions and have reflected on decisions that came out over the last couple of years now, I think as a council we're recalibrating as well as part of that, but we still recognise that the balance does need to be struck, and while onshore wind does have a vital role to play in that, as set out in the onshore wind energy statement and certainly in the updated draft onshore wind energy statement, It has that vital role to play, but it's not the only form of renewable energy that can lead to tackling the climate emergency. And I think that was alluded to in the North Lowther decision. Unfortunately, I've not got a paragraph reference to hand. That was just from memory. Where the reporter did set out that there was that it's not solely reliant on just onshore wind energy to deliver those targets, and it's not just the energy market that needs to address the climate emergency. It's many other aspects through transport and heat, in particular, of which we do recognise that onshore wind has a part to play in the decarbonisation of transport through enhanced electricity delivered, green electricity delivered to the system to enable these things to happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Herriot, any response to what...
So perhaps before you ask Mr. Herriot to respond, I can add two things and by way of response to what Mr. Herriot and Mr. Trinick said. Firstly, understandable reliance placed on the Rothes 3 report. It was clearly written before the North Lowther decision in the Inner House came out, and Mr. Heinsohn in his hearing statement has referred you to the relevant paragraphs of that. That's THC 4, and it provides a useful sort of legal framework for the climate change duties and the extent to which they should be and acted on in the specific sphere of making specific decisions on particular wind farms. It puts that in proper context. The second point I would make, primarily in response to Madame Fair and Mr. Trinick, is we note what the reporters said in Rothes 3 and indeed Clashgar, but in our submission, regard should also be had to language in the decision notice, and which is CD 1056, and it is still the current position of Scottish ministers is still, for instance, and I'm looking now at electronic page 19 of 46, page 19 of the document, talking about reaffirming the vital role of onshore wind, and obviously a matter for you to read, but in its consideration of developing policy as well, we would submit that the language is slightly more guarded than that used by the reporters. Their take on emerging policies on page 21 of that decision notice, and it talks of strengthening support, but again, in our submission, when you're looking at direction of travel, it's important not just to have regard to what, if I can say this with respect, individual reporters have said in decisions, because sometimes, and we may reach an instance of it later where, in a different field, where ministers have simply accepted what reporters have said, although they appear to be conflict with what other reporters have said in similar decisions. The approach is not in doubt, but the use of language and the more tempered use of language in the fairly full discussion on policy in the decision letter needs to be taken into account to put the reporters' submissions in context.
Mr. Herriot.
Thank you. A couple of points to pick up. I would agree with what Mr. Heinsohn says about onshore wind's not the only technology that can help achieve these targets. That's clear. But what is very clear is that the various documents that have been referenced in the hearing statement from the Committee on Climate Change and the Scottish Government's documents clearly see onshore wind playing a vital role in the medium term at least. And we've got references in that in, for example, the onshore wind policy refresh, and I appreciate that's potentially subject to change, but there's a consultation in there seeking views on an additional 8 to 12 gigawatts by 2030. And for context, that's an approximate at least doubling of current onshore wind, which at the time of publication of the onshore wind refresh was 8.4 gigawatts. And that's been given quite a bit of additional weight in the various decisions, including Rothers 3, and I hear what Mr Finlay has to say about that, and again referred to CD 10.57 on page 8, and that's the reporter's summary of the key issues. He says there that, amongst other matters, a considerable increase in onshore wind deployment is required for the targets to be met. And that's revisited later in the Clash-Gar report, and also the CCC, that's the Committee on Climate Change 2022 report to Parliament, and that's CD reference 8.11, and noting the sustained push for both energy efficiency and electrification, and I quote, as well as the deployment of onshore wind and solar, which can occur significantly quicker than offshore wind. So there are those technologies out there, but onshore wind is tried and tested. It's a mature technology, it's a cheap technology which can be deployed relatively quickly, i.e. it's an easy win to get make the strides towards the interim targets. And one particular quote stood out from again from the Rothers 3 report, same CD reference in paragraph 2.171, and discussing onshore wind here. They say there's plainly not enough development presently in the system to meet the Scottish Government's ambition for additional onshore wind capacity by 2030. So I think they all show again clear direction of travel. There are other technologies out there, there are other means of achieving net zero, but onshore wind is very much the driver in at least the short to medium term.
Ms Henson, Mr Finlay, do you want to come back on any of that?
I think I'd like to come back on one point, and then I would ask on behalf of Loth residents if we could come back on to respond to the point about, particularly the last point Mr Herriot's made. It's interesting that Mr Herriot started off his last submissions by stressing the vital role that onshore wind plays. Just to put that in context, so you might like to note in the chapter in the EIA, which is chapter 5 of CD, I think it's 1.3, paragraph 5.10.2, which I presume Mr Herriot had a hand in drafting as he drafted the planning statement. He, in that chapter, which is now 4 years ago or thereabouts, was stressing the vital role of onshore wind. That's the summary section. The vital role is put in emphasis. Yes, it does have a vital role, but it was vital 4 years ago, it's vital now. The question is whether that leads to a significant change in the weight you give to it. With that intro, I will pass over to Mr Whitfield to respond particularly to the comments that there isn't the necessary, or the likelihood of meeting the targets, the Scottish Government targets, and he's got something to say on that.
Morning everyone. Bear with me, I'm not familiar with this process, or don't officially really want to be here, but I'm here, and I did give you my CV. You understand where I'm representing a local group?
Yes, fully understand, yes.
And our last action was the West Garty wind farm public inquiry. I mean, when we started this, I thought it was just going to be a mass agreement because we were basically agreeing, and we agree there is indeed a global climate emergency. Where we perhaps differ is that we feel Scotland is already doing a great deal to meet those targets. It's got very ambitious targets. In the last 30 years, Scotland has done tremendous reduction in more than halving its greenhouse gas emissions per person. We're becoming an exemplar to the rest of the world. We are a very small country, though, and what I seem to be missing from the other side is that it's a global climate emergency, and we can't solve it all by ourselves, and nor should we. And so we need to retain that balance here, both nationally and also locally, between putting infrastructure in the right place. I think we'll talk later, because some of the agenda items talk about the balance, supply and demand, curtailment, so we want to dwell on that. But we both in the earlier hearing statements from Mr. Herriot and then this morning, we keep getting lots of underlining and much more, much faster. But as I said, later on we'll discuss why we think we need to have this measured and balanced approach. One of the reference documents we submitted was a hearing session that John Constable gave to the House of Lords last year, September 2021, CD 1315. And there's a number of times he talks about, on page 4, it is not simply the case that the costs of meeting the net zero target are, in our view, underestimated based on empirical evidence that we can see. There's a worrying absence of a cost-benefit analysis with regard to the abatement costs, even insofar as they can be seen and are admitted to by the government. This is the UK government. He then goes on to warn on page 5 that while it is perfectly understandable that the government may wish to reduce emissions, the current policies are very likely to stimulate public resistance, and that's one of our concerns, is if we're too adamant and too pushing to deal with a global problem locally, the resistance will potentially increase. Thank you. Sorry.
I just add a reference in Loth Residents' hearing statement to paragraph 3.7, where they reference the submission made to the Foresight inquiry earlier this year about the extent to which targets are being met or capable of being met, and ask you just to bear in mind when reading Rothes 3 and Kashgar the extent to which those reporters had before them similar information, certainly the submission on behalf of Loth residents will be in due course that whilst onshore wind does have a continuing vital role to play, the current state of play is not such that there's concern that those targets are not going to be met.
Any final comment, Mr. Herriot?
Yes, please. One or two. Going back to Mr. Finley's point about the EIAR chapter reference and paragraph 510.2, and the quote there, the reference to the vital role that onshore wind has to play. Yeah, absolutely. That's my writing. What I'm saying is that decision makers and reporters are increasingly engaging with that argument and reflecting in their decisions. That was my statement, and I think it was from 2020. And what I've gone back to with my opening statements, that the trajectory is very much with decision makers and reporters engaging with that and decisions a lot more. And again, I refer you to Slickley, refer you to Clashgower and to Rothes 3. On I think the general point made by Mr. Whitfield about Scotland having done its bit or doing a lot, I would agree that Scotland is leading the way in many respects on tackling the climate emergency and its renewable energy targets. But the key point here is that the targets are not caps. And that point's been made in a number of submissions, and dating back to what is now, I acknowledge, a relatively old document in the Chief Planner's letter from November 2015, CD reference 6.8. So while that is 7 years old, it is still relevant, the message it sends out, and that has been picked up again in the Rothes and Clashgar reports. And one point I think worth highlighting is that the extent to which local communities or local areas of Scotland has done its bit is made in Clashgar and Rothes 3, where they say that in that application, talking about Moray Council, the extent to which it had developed and permitted wind farms, they were talking, and the reporter said there, this doesn't take away from the need to consider the proposal on its merits. So there's still a need to consider a proposal in the context of the latest statistics and energy requirements.
So I just add to finish off on this point that, yes, indeed, I saw paragraph 3.7 of the Lost Residents Inquiry Statement Energy Policy, and the figure of 45 gigawatts by 2030 being achievable, but please note that that calculation took into account not only what was operational under construction, but that which was consented, which may yet not be built, leases awaiting consent, so I'm not quite sure what that means, but it certainly means something that hasn't got consent, and the ScotWind auction 2022, which is offshore, and who knows what will get consent and gets built. So that's a very hopeful-looking statement. Come back, I know we come back to Rothes 3, but we do come back to the most recent decision sometimes, and in paragraph 2.171, Mr. Herriot's taken us to the statement there's not enough development to meet the upper ambition of 12 gigawatts. They also accept, as the opponent argues, that not all applications in the planning process will be granted, the point I've just made, and that not all consents granted will be implemented. And consequently, a combination of the current applications and consented development is quite likely not to meet even the minimum ambition of an additional 8 gigawatts. So, yeah, it's not quite as rosy as painted. The final point I want to make is the background to all this. Are we in a hurry? Do we take a measured pace? Well, it's called the climate emergency. And if you look at the UN GAP report, the closing window, it is an intensely depressing reading. A rise of 2.8 degrees centigrade, well above the initially set target, is frightening stuff in terms of the implications we have. We can't just wait for India and China to catch up and do their bit. We in Scotland, we in the UK, have to go on doing our bit as best we can. Thank you.
Mr. Finlay.
Just respond briefly to both those. Lost residents are acutely aware that they are targets, not caps, and nothing they've suggested indicates otherwise. But with respect, the applicants can't have it both ways. If there is a dispute between us and the applicants as to how likely the targets are to be met, but if there is evidence that targets are likely to be met, and I reiterate that the Rothes 3 reporters, as I understand it, didn't have the material before them that is before you on meeting the targets, then the fact that targets are likely to be met is a relevant factor. But it's not a factor that says, no, you shouldn't have this wind farm because the target's going to be met. It's a factor that bears on whether you should be rushing to allow a wind farm in this particular location. And that's something that we'll deal with more in the landscape and visual section. Perhaps I should add that to temper the reliance on Rothes 3 and Clashgar, which are obviously very recent, one might also bear in the mix Glenshire and South Kilbride, which might give a slightly different take on life. That's why I cautioned having regard to individual reporters' views and having a more broader overview on Scottish ministers' decisions.
So you mentioned South Kilbride. What was the first one?
Glenshire.
Glenshire.
Sorry, Glenshire, which is CD 1043 is the decision letter. That was 4th of March this year.
Mr Finlay, at the pre-examination meeting, we agreed that Louth residents would have an opportunity to discuss the concerns of its members, including local wind energy generation, barriers to deployment that you've mentioned, and constraint payments. Once we've heard what they have to say, I'll invite Mr Smart perhaps to respond on behalf of the applicant, and then we'll perhaps open it up to a kind of a wider discussion. So. Over to you, Mr Whitfield.
Sorry, so we're moving on to agenda item 2, local wind energy generation.
Yes, item 2.
Okay, thank
If you
you.
want to take the first 3 bullet points together.
The first 3 bullet points together.
Yeah.
Right. My bullet points.
Yeah. Well, first 3 subjects. So local wind energy generation, barriers to deployment,
All right.
and constraints.
Okay. So I'm to
Yeah.
all of it together. Right.
We'll
Well,
start with local wind energy generation.
yes. Sorry, we're just sorting ourselves out. We've got sort of crib notes for the various stages, and
Okay, that's not fine. Whatever works best for you to get your members'
so really
point across. Yeah.
local wind energy generation. We have in our earlier documents our original direct objections, CD 2.14, Chapter 6, and our more recent hearing statement, CD 13.14, Chapter 6. We reiterate that this area has made a significant contribution to date, and we are indeed a net exporter when the wind blows of renewable energy to areas further afield. We've got the 2 large major wind farms at Kilbarrow, which was extended, and also Gordonbush, which was extended. We assume that that's taken as read, that those are that are in place, and we then just move on to, under local wind generation, would like to refer, as Mr Finlay has just said, to the South Kilbride appeal decision that that proposal at South Kilbride would clearly make a contribution towards renewable energy generation and have positive social economic impacts. However, I consider its relatively modest proposal in terms of generation of renewable energy and its social economic impacts, and it would cause substantial and disproportionate harm based on my assessment of the proposal.
So just to give you the reference for that, so that's CD 12.9, and Mr Whitfield's quoting from paragraph 52.
Thank you, James. Sorry. So I reiterate what we said earlier about climate change, which we accept. We also are not against local wind energy generation. But we do say that as long as it's not in the wrong place. South Kilbride was found to be in the wrong place, and we contend that the same is true of the proposed wind farm at Kintradwell. We also believe that the pipeline of local renewable energy in North Highlands is significant, and that I think is discussed later in the agenda, so I won't go any further, and I believe also the Highland Council have something to say about that. Do I move straight on to barriers to deployment, or
Yes, just straight on.
right, plough on? Okay.
If you'd like just to go through the 3 points, and then we can open up to a broad discussion. So it's not your final say on the matter. You can come back when you hear what Mr Smart has to say in response.
Okay, so moving on to barriers deployment. We believe that CD 11.6, figure 1, page 5, shows that these barriers are not in dispute. They're existing.
Just pause for a moment. CD 11.6 is Mr Smart's hearing statement.
Thank you. James is going to keep me on track through this, hopefully, so bear with us. And it will be many years before these barriers, in our view, are removed and the full benefits of placing significant generation capacity so far from the demand is achieved. From our point of view, we believe the main barrier to deployment in this area is the transmission of energy from here to where the demand is. The demand is very low here. Energy it's a matter of physics, is lost in transmission. There are various estimates about how much is lost, 8, 10, 12% of the estimate, but that is based upon the physical losses depending on the voltage of the distribution, but also the distance of distribution. And we up here, as you found, coming up here, are fairly far from a lot of places, certainly where the main demand is. So you've got 300 kilometres to the central belt, 500 kilometres to the English border, and then further deeper into where the large populations are further south. And over these distances, even high voltage, 400 kilovolt, there's not that here, but further south, will lose a significant proportion of the energy. So it does question why one piles in more generation in this area if it's being lost before it gets anywhere. The next sub-item in the agenda relates to curtailment, which I'll cover briefly, but our view is that the fact that constraint payments made for curtailing output frequently and often in this area clearly demonstrate that the capacity to export our energy is already at risk without adding further generation capacity. So we basically say there's often nowhere for the energy at present to go, which I'll address shortly under curtailment payments. And it's based on a grid that was designed to do a completely different thing. In the original 50s, it was large generation power stations that would distribute out to the relatively close population demands, and then the further afield it got, up to us remote folk, the losses wouldn't be so significant because our demand was so low, so the amount of energy was needed was limited. Now we're trying to reverse that and create a lot of generating capacity on the outer edge of the grid without as yet huge improvements before further capacity is added. So CD 1310 para 1.3.2 page 4 notes that the electricity transmission network in Scotland, as in the rest of the UK, is old, was designed for a different era of cheap power generated close to centres of demand. Therefore, Scotland faces a real challenge in building a grid which will allow Scotland to harvest and export its vast resources of clean energy. Going back to CD 11.6 figure 1, page 5, it's also helpful looking at that because it shows the barriers to deployment in the Scottish grid system. And that's where we then talk about the constraints payments, which I'm going to address shortly. These transmission limitations are not occasional, they are constant and caused by the considerable imbalance between the high generation capacity in the north and the fluctuating demand further south in the distant south. And the basic structural problem long predates the increase in the cost of gas, which was referred to in that one. Finally, CD 11.6, para 8.3, page 8, it is noted there are major plans by the National Grid to upgrade in the second half of coming up to the 2030 target dates. So it's accepted that the current capacity is not sufficient to be able to export from this area. But what we don't see is the plans in place, because it takes a considerable amount of time to upgrade the grid to actually meet those for the existing generation capacity, let alone any future generation that is perhaps proposed. And moving finally, so you don't have to listen to me all morning, to our thoughts on constraint payments. We've set this out again in our earlier submissions. our original objection, CD 2.14, and our more recent hearing statement, CD 13.14. We thank Mr. Smart because CD 11.6 is very helpful. It outlines what the constraint payments are, why they exist and how they work. But our view is that that paper is missing the issue of local constraint payments, and in particular how it's dealt with here and across the Highlands in general. So we contend that the fact that there are significant constraint payments from here and other Highland wind farms on the periphery is a clear demonstration the capacity is not capable of taking it, and perhaps the demand's not there at the other end either. There's a wee bit of an issue. I think Mr. Smart in CD 11.6, para 4.3, page 4, implies that the main period of constraint payments is in the summer when grids are shut down for maintenance. As I said in my pseudo CD, I get a lot of data from Kintradwell wind farm. I'm on the. We were given the opportunity in 2008 to buy shares in a local wind farm. The Italian company was wanting to encourage folk to take part, unlike the SSE who didn't want to do that. So about 500 people bought shares. We own 1.2% of Kintradwell wind farm. There's only, unfortunately, about 30 folk who live in the Highlands. It's mainly folk further afield. And back then, we were all quite, keen and willing to push forward, and it was all new. It's only more recently we've got a wee bit jaded by the whole thing, but so that allows us to have a lot of data on how a wind farm operates, in particular one in the local area. To be honest, a wee bit like the core document list, we often get too much data, but the basic premise is that we are curtailed a lot of the time. And also, as an energy bill player, it's also quite lucrative for the wind farm to be curtailed. In some years, it's 20-25% of the income, and it was for some time electricity prices, wholesale electricity prices, which have obviously gone completely crazy in recent months, was not increasing, and it was looking pretty grim because so much extra capacity was being put in that the price was pretty low. But curtailment payments was the saving grace. It was making up for that loss. Now we get the double whammy of very high prices plus curtailment payments, so it's a real bumper year for us this year. And also in relation to CD 11.6, para 5.1, page 6, this is talking about the costs, and it's compared.
Just interrupt you for a moment, just in case the point is lost. Sorry. Just in case the point is lost, you gave the figure of 25% of your income was at one stage curtailment payments, but in terms of the curtailment payments being in summer or winter, what's your experience at Kintradwell wind farm?
That it was predominantly in the winter. 80 to 90% over the last 3 years has been the winter months, not the summer months.
So you were going on to CD 11.6 at para 5.1.
Thank you, John. Yeah, it was really relating to the costs, and that's again questioning the general payments across the UK, question mark, of 34 and 29 pounds per megawatt hour in 2021 and 2022. But again, the data we have is that we've been paid significantly higher for that in those 2 years. So it is, as I said, very, very lucrative. Just to reiterate, CD 13.14, para 6.3, page 9, we listed the league table of curtailment recipients. I accept there's some very large non-wind ones like Drax for burning trees in Yorkshire, but if you take the wind farms across the UK, 23 of the top 50 wind farms in terms of receipt of curtailment payments are in the Highlands, and the two local ones, Gordonbush and Kilbarra, 17th and 19th respectively. So we're doing well from that. CD 13.15, page 8, going back to Mr. Constable speaking to the House of Lords, he maintains that the cost of maintaining the system and indeed stabilising in the last hour has risen very dramatically in the presence of renewables. So I've probably hogged this bit a wee bit, and it's time to let others have a wee go, so I'll turn this off.
So can I just add two things to that? Firstly, hopefully it's come across that there's no real dispute with what Mr. Smart has said in much of his material. And secondly, just to reiterate that Loth residents' position is that this is not of itself a reason to refuse. None of these three headings are reasons to refuse the application. But it's necessary context against which to assess the benefits. So that hopefully that can focus the discussion rather than it being contended otherwise.
Well, thank you, Mr. Whitfield, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Spott, you'd like
just before you come, well, I'm intrigued by the comment that it's not a reason for refusal. We shall wait and see what's said about its part in the planning balance in that case. I'm intrigued by the comment. But what I'm going to ask Mr. Smart to do, and he will go first, is just to summarise his thoughts based on what he's heard, and also to convey to you as simple a position as possible on this complex topic. And then I'll ask Mr. Herriot to come in with a response on one or 2 points.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. So, taking a view on constraints based on historical system performance and even current state system performance, I'm not quite sure that really addresses the issue before us and the climate emergency. So what I thought would be useful is to just give a brief overview of constraints and how they've arisen, and what is the best way to address them going forward. And there's many points there which I agree with Mr. Whitfield, and the main one is that the constraints have arisen because of a failure to invest in electricity transmission infrastructure. They have not kept pace with the build-out of new renewables across GB, not just in Scotland. That failure to invest has given rise to transmission bottlenecks, the main one being at the border with England. So not anything that's particularly local to this part of Scotland. The main bottleneck that needs resolving by National Grid ESO is the B6 boundary at the border with England. So the effect of that bottleneck is that when the wind is blowing and demand is low, and I totally accept, I've seen some of the data, I guess a lot of these curtailments happen in winter, particularly at the weekend or around Christmas time. The wind is blowing, demand is low, the flow of power going south has nowhere to go, so National Grid ESO has to pay wind in the north to turn down, and then has to pay a lot more to gas-fired generation in England and Wales to turn up, because the system is in energy deficit because they've lost energy here, so they need to keep the lights on in England and Wales, so they have to pay gas-fired generation to turn up. National Grid ESO does not want to do this because it's costing them a huge amount of money, and the main reason that it costs them so much money and it's going up is because of the price of gas. So in 2021, I think 75% of the cost of constraint payments was to gas-fired turn-up generators in England and Wales. So it wants to keep the cost down because it has a duty to run the most economic and efficient transmission system, and it is trying to decarbonise the electricity transmission system by 2035. So this position where it is turning down least cost renewables and switching on carbon intensive expensive gas runs completely contrary to its duties. So they've been on message for some time. They've been trying to propose significant upgrades to the transmission infrastructure to try and alleviate some of these bottlenecks for some time. The good news is that the penny has finally dropped with government and with the regulator Ofgem, and they've finally come on board. So BEIS published their energy and security strategy document in April this year, which proposed acceleration of new grid infrastructure, taking 3 years off the typical delivery time, halving the end-to-end process in terms of timeline by the middle of this decade. And then August of this year, Ofgem proposed their accelerating investment in electricity transmission and proposing measures such as providing incentives on transmission licensees to deliver early, introducing competition into electricity transmission, and also some measures on themselves to speed up their decisions on funding for new transmission investment. They're also encouraging the transmission owners to be more strategic and try to predict the need for transmission infrastructure requirement. A little late to the party, but it's welcome nonetheless. So meanwhile, National Grid ESO has always continued with its process of cost-benefit assessment of new transmission infrastructure, constantly reviewing and updating its plans to develop new transmission infrastructure, and lots of that is targeted on alleviating constraints in Scotland. I think they've currently got 111 network investment proposals in their plans to be completed by the early 2030s. These include 3 offshore high-voltage direct current bootstrap circuits that will take energy from Scotland into County Durham, Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, respectively. So they will bypass the B6 boundary and alleviate the constraint that way. And that way they are integrating more least cost renewables onto the system and becoming less reliant on gas. So the solution basically is more grid infrastructure and not less wind to dealing with constraints.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Finlay, I beg your pardon, yes, you did say. Apologies. Mr. Herriot.
Thank you. Just some brief points. Picking up Mr. Finlay's comment at the end there about these issues not being a reason to refuse permission. I would entirely agree with that. We see that in SPP, paragraph 165, which tells us that grid issues should not be a reason to withhold permission. In the context of the earlier comments from Mr. Whitfield about local demand, we've got Scottish planning policy again telling us in paragraph 155 that an area's full potential for heat from renewable resources and electricity from renewable resources should be achieved. So there's agreement on that. These are not determinative issues. And that was dealt also in Clashgower in paragraph 2.142.
So I don't think we want to make any comments on local generation or otherwise on barriers. I think we'll just stick to the constraints issue. Enough's been said elsewhere.
Ms. Finn, is there anything you'd like to come back on what you've heard from Mr. Smart? Mr. Herriot?
No, nothing in response to Mr. Smart, just briefly in response to Mr. Herriot and his reference to para 155 of SPP. Again, it's long been the case that the full potential, and it's the words full potential that he picked on, of any particular locality should be developed, and that's the case in current policy. So if full potential is being currently developed, you have the full potential. That's perhaps an obvious point to make. No doubt Mr. Trinick will look forward to Loth residents closing submissions, but as I said, it's not a reason in itself to refuse, but it provides context for the assessment of benefits.
Is there anything that the Council wanted to add to this particular part of the discussion?
No, because my QC said it before I could. Sorry, KC said it before I could. So sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Trinick, you also indicated that the applicant wishes wish to comment on a few matters. I don't know whether these have been covered in some more general discussion, but energy capacity and demand, onshore wind energy pipeline, and the benefits of onshore wind development. Is it to your attention to, you wish to comment on those points?
I'll leave it to Mr. Herriot, so you may have some things to say briefly.
Yeah, 1 or 2 points. I think a lot of it's been covered. I think just again, going back to my favourite Clashgar report, but in terms of energy capacity and demand, I think I refer you to a very good quote in that on page 7, CD 10.59, and this talks about the 6th carbon budget and the need for a near doubling of onshore wind capacity in the UK. And this refers to the Scottish Government's consultation on 8 to 12 gigawatts. They refer to the fact that the targets are set in law, and the reporters there said that this factor weighs in favour of granting permission for onshore wind. So clearly the demand for additional generation is factoring into decisions coming through. We discussed the pipeline there. I think that we've touched upon those issues in terms of pipeline and demand already without going over that. Did you want me to discuss anything on the benefits at this point, did you say, or?
I didn't have it down as a point that the parties wish to discuss, but if there's something you'd like to say, perhaps now is the best opportunity for you to say it.
It's just to draw attention to a very recent paper from October 2022, and it's CD 8.52, the Fraser of Allenster Institute, which looked at the economic impacts of Scotland's renewable energy sector. And it presents a holistic picture. We're looking at individual projects and the socio-economic benefits of individual projects, typically through the EIA process on a construction phase and an operational phase, but this sets the renewable energy sector in context for Scotland's economy as a whole, and there's quite some staggering figures in there in terms of 2020 figures. It talks about the renewable energy industry had a turnover of 3.06 billion and led to the employment of 8,450 full-time equivalent jobs. When you add in the knock-on effects of the spillover effects, that increased significantly to 5.6 billion of output and over 27,000 full-time employees across the renewable energy sector. And the tables in that report, tables 4 to 6, break it down on a sector-by-sector basis, with onshore wind being responsible for significantly more output in terms of pounds, shillings and pence, and full-time employees than the other sector. So it's a broader context to renewable energy as a whole, but specifically shows how significantly this onshore wind sector contributes to Scotland's economy.
Thank you. Mr. Finlay, would you like to come back on any comments that you've heard there?
Can I, before I ask Mr. Whitfield to comment, can I just ask through you to have some assistance with understanding the extent to which the battery storage, which is proposed, which is one of the benefits. We have a headline figure, but neither you nor Scottish Ministers at the moment are able to put that in context, and it's just to aid our understanding so we can respond to it, as to understand how much production, if you like, that can store, whether it's an hour, half a day, or a week, to get some feel for the extent of storage.
Mr. Smart, are you able to answer that question, or Mr. Herriot?
I'm not. I'm looking at my colleagues in
No, hold fire, please. No, we don't have the immediate answer sitting around this table. We will get an answer for you and produce it. We'll have to talk to colleagues to do so, and I'd rather do it.
That's helpful. I mean, the fact that this is a neutral point may not sound like it, that Mr. Trinick doesn't know. I think it underlines why we've asked the question. It's important to know what it's going to do in terms of, if there's a constraint, because it follows on from the constraint, if there's a constraint but you can store your energy production for a week, then the fact there's a constraint may not matter so much. So that's the basis for answering the question. I will ask, first of all, Mr. Whitfield on behalf of Loth residents to respond, and I have a couple of comments to add of my own on behalf of both parties in terms of benefits.
Thank you. Mr. Whitfield.
Sorry, excuse me, we're basically covering energy capacity and demand, onshore pipeline and the benefits without any talk about batteries.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, well, there's been some debate already about the whether some of the projected additional capacity to meet these targets by the interim by 2030 and beyond will be met, and we still contend that the foreside CD 13.10 para 2.4.1 page 19, which summarises the work before that in earlier paragraphs, adding up these numbers, is perfectly believable. Given what we've seen, I mean, I got an email this morning about another offshore wind farm just beyond Beatrice with 2 gigawatts. I mean, that's a large wind farm. That is part of the rounds that are being perhaps questioned as further, but that is going to be apparently operational by 2030. So we feel that those are certainly believable and need to be considered when one is working on the balance. In our submission CD 13.14 para 5.9 page 7, I put together a very, very simple for us non-technical professionals Sankey diagram, which is an in and out energy thing, and it just demonstrates to us that there's this large potentially wasted if we can't distribute it. I mean, there's talk about a lot of export capacity being increased, the grid being strengthened, but it needs a lot. It needs a shed load to be able to keep up with these targets. Diana told you this morning the National Grid operators were talking about what would need to be done to strengthen the English grid to take the English offshore wind up the east coast, and it was something like a 7 to 10-fold increase on what was already there just in England. And so they will be obviously focusing on that while we're trying to feed more down the east coast. So it's a huge issue, and it's a challenge, but it has to be viewed in the context of what we're trying to talk about here locally, which is a further assault on our environment and to provide a very relatively small amount of energy to that capacity, a long way from the demand, and considering all those losses. With that in mind, wind farms always, rightly so that there is a means to compare, indicate the number of homes that will be powered by the wind farm. That's based on the peak capacity. It's also based on a standard usage. It used not to be, which was really upsetting because they used to make it up, but it's now using the standard Scottish Government energy calculator of currently 3,910 kilowatt hours per home, which indicates that Kilbarra at full belt would be able to support 35,697 homes. That's in CD 11.5, para 1.4.1, page 5. But we just note that here we only have in all of Sutherland about 6,500 homes, and that's the entire county. East Sutherland is about 2/3 of that. So that energy has to go elsewhere, and we just again refer to our earlier statements that it gets lost going elsewhere. Some of it gets lost. So the headline figure is overstating what it will be finally used, how many homes at the end will actually get it. And then moving on to the actual pipeline, yes, I've just said that we would defer to Highland Council, but we do get their wonderful online spreadsheet and map which indicates the amount that is already there in the Highlands, under construction, approved, and there is a large amount still in the pipeline. So it's not as if this is the only one in the north, this being Kintradwell. And then finally, there was much talk about benefits. You're going to do that one, so I'll do the second one. We, in our submissions, and Borough Community Council, have covered the benefits in our earlier submissions. There's talk of a significant number of jobs. We accept that there will be benefits during construction phase, but that's relatively short. We questioned a number of more longer-term jobs. My own experience from Kilbarra is there's very little local employment. It's all European contractors who maintain the European turbines. The system was managed by a SCADA. That's a very complex engineering management system for very complex machines, and it was wonderful. They managed it from Dochgarra on Loch Ness, but then it's been moved back to Italy. So those jobs went too. So we have to bear in mind that the offered opportunities are not necessarily as big in reality as what is the outcome is. So I will stop there before I talk about batteries.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Hanson to deal with pipeline, just in case he's got anything to add, because Mr. Whitfield referred to Highland Council's material.
No problem. So in terms of pipeline, as set out in paragraph 7.1.2 of my hearing statement, it sets out that Highland Wind Energy projects currently have an installed capacity of 2.53 gigawatts. And in my hearing statement, it sets out that there's a further 1.55 gigawatts of generation permitted but not yet built, and 1.3 gigawatts currently under it says construction, but it should actually be consideration in Highland. But just in terms of an update on the generation permitted but not yet built, while it says in my paper 1.55 gigawatts, it's actually very recently fallen to 1.5 gigawatts, because the Braemore wind farm, that was consented, I think, round about 2015. The consent for that, sorry, it was 2017, the consent for that expired last Thursday. So we've lost 0.05 gigawatts of potential generation there. And just briefly, in terms of very brief response to what Mr. Herriot set out in terms of the economic benefit and co-document CD 8.52, the Fraser Allender Institute document. It's extremely helpful. That generates the benefits overall of the renewable energy sector to Scotland. But looking at the environmental impact assessment that accompanied the application, Chapter 14, the socio-economic chapter, it highlights that in terms of residual effects, section 14.9, that during construction there would be a temporary minor beneficial economic effect in North Highland, but otherwise for the rest of Highland and Scotland it would be a negligible benefit to those areas. And then in terms of the operational element or operational period of the scheme, it sets out that it would be negligible beneficial economic effects in North Highland, Highland and Scotland. And then it would be a negligible beneficial economic effect in Highland associated with the payment of non-domestic rates as well.
Just remind me that reference again.
It's section 14.9 of Chapter 14 of the EIA, and it's paragraphs 14.9.1 and 14.9.2 sets out the applicant's assessment of those benefits.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, minor is defined and negligible defined in table 14.2. Minor is changes arising from the alteration will be detectable but not material. And negligible means there'll be very little change to the baseline conditions. Change is barely distinguishable. So that, in terms of benefits, I was just going to reiterate that point and also ask you to note that in terms of local benefits, notwithstanding the prospect of local benefits, you have the opposition from all 4 local community councils, and Bora, Golspie, Helmsdale and Ruggett. And you have their objections in the core document list.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Mr. Trinick, is there anything you'd like to come back to what you've heard just now?
I'd like Mr. Smart to come back on what Mr. Whitfield said, please.
Certainly. So just on the challenge of integrating the extent of the offshore and onshore wind being planned, yes, it is a huge challenge. The National Grid ESO, the government, Ofgem, they have no choice but to address it. And it's a challenge the National Grid ESO confronts through its regular network planning processes. It publishes its electricity 10-year statement through a duty under its licence, and that gives you an idea as to where it's going with its network. But now it carries out its network options assessment, which is its cost-benefits analysis of various network options, and that in turn informs its new holistic network design document, which you will see includes massive amount of network investment in the off the east coast, large amounts of high voltage direct current, most of it integrating multiple offshore wind farms. So this isn't the case that there is somehow some reticence to invest in the grid, that there is a lack of ambition. It's the opposite is true. We do need all this renewables. The challenge is to integrate it in the most efficient way, and that is something the National Grid is constantly working on and is constantly keeping the public informed of through its various publications. But I encourage that the holistic network design is the document that sets out the full extent of the ambition. Sorry, indeed. So just in relation to the diagram referred to by Mr. Whitfield in paragraph 5.9 of CT 13.14. I mean that stating generation capacities in a static way and demand in a static way, and then giving, well, basically the export capacity of the B6 boundary is in 2030 is 11.5 gigawatts, not 10.5. That just isn't a view of power flows. National Grid will model that on a sort of half-hour by half-hour basis, basing on their experience of how wind will perform, on what generators will do, on how demand will behave on a half-hour by half-hour basis. So that is I appreciate you say that's very simplified, but I think it almost doubles the extent of the constraint that would actually be seen in reality as forecast by National Grid ESO. And as I said at the beginning of my piece, the management of constraints is a routine part of transmission system operation. If you didn't have constraints, it's arguable that the transmission licensees would have over-invested in transmission infrastructure at the expense of the energy consumer.
So if I may just finish off on jobs, certainly reading any individual environmental impact report, the numbers are not going to be great. The point about renewable energy is not centralised generation. There are very many individual contributions that contribute to the whole. And without each individual contribution, the whole recorded by the Fraser of Allender Institute would not have been reached. And from a start position in roughly 1994 with Hagshaw Hill, to get to where we are now, of 2,600 direct onshore wind jobs, adding indirect and induced 10,120 jobs, I would say that was more than a small contribution to the Scottish economy. Thank you.
not a surprising point for Mr Trinick to make, but you will no doubt in the inquiry session hear a considerable amount of debate whether a particular impact is significant or not. And then that will be balanced against other impacts. And if you're carrying out the balancing exercise in our submission, you've got to compare apples with apples, not apples with pears. You should be pairing significant impacts with significant benefits.
Okay, that's been a good discussion. Is there any final comments on this topic, perhaps before we take a short break? Sorry, you
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
Well, this has been a lengthy process to date, and there have been opportunities throughout the lodging of the application with energy consents, and also the council, I believe, did its own community engagement, and also the applicants did community engagement exercises. So there has been opportunity to do that. We're now at a very critical stage in the process where the council has objected, and we've now got an inquiry, and we've had pre-examination meetings where those that wanted to participate were given the opportunity to participate, and we've kind of honed down to a position where the Loth residents are essentially representing the community voice in this exercise. So the programme that we have put in place and we've all agreed to doesn't include an opportunity for individuals to comment just now, but one would hope that perhaps the community council who are participating in this exercise so far, has captured those views of the local residents. Mr. Finlay.
Perhaps I can assist. Loth residents are representing at this session Brora Community Council. So if the gentleman is a Brora resident and wishes to feed back comments, sounds rather long-winded, but it will actually just be talking to Mr. Whitfield probably, wishes to technically feed back comments via Brora Community Council to Loth residents that then can be fed into closing submissions or otherwise, then we're very open to receiving them, and that is the proper avenue, the appropriate avenue for them to be received, and we can try and reflect those comments if Brora Community Council feel they're relevant.
Does that sound a reasonable suggestion? Perhaps have a word with Mr. Whitfield. Okay.
All I would say is
Okay, point understood. Thank you. Right, if we take a break, would 10 minutes suffice, or 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, let's go 15. Let's come back at just after 10 to, please. Thank you. Battery storage question.
I have some information, whether it's an answer, I have no idea. The charging capacity of the battery is 60 megawatts. It loses about 2% over a month if the charge is kept in the battery. It's released over a 2-hour period, therefore it's 120 megawatt hour release. As to when it's released, well, it's when National Grid tell people when to release it to the grid. It may be for a variety of reasons, and then we get into real technical stuff about pumping up frequencies and stuff I really don't understand. But National Grid will tell the operator when to release the battery power to the grid. But it will only charge, of course, when there is a constraint. So that's when the battery charges up. Otherwise, all the power is released direct to the grid without charging the battery. That's the information I have. I hope that's helpful.
Perhaps we can mull on that over over the lunch and adjournment, and if necessary come back on it. But the sort of
Yes.
2-hour figure seemed to be more or less consistent with what we understood.
Okay, well, thank you for that prompt response. Thank you. Yes, moving on to item 3 on the agenda, the national planning policy context. Of course, we anticipate some changes in that, but there are a number of questions I'd like to discuss within the context of the existing national planning policy. And the first is the presumption in favour of sustainable development as set out in SPP, and the importance that should be attached to it in the determination of the application, especially as the development plan does not enjoy primacy in this case. And Mr. Herod, I was going to ask if you could lead our discussion on this point and ask you to explain why the applicant considers that the proposed development should attract the support of the presumption in favour of sustainable development and afforded due weight in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. So the SPP presumption is one of the key policy principles in SPP. It's a guiding principle for the assessment of all applications, having regard to the criteria that are set out in paragraph 29 of SPP. Now, not all of those principles will be relevant in each and every case, and one non-compliance with one criteria doesn't mean that a proposal cannot enjoy the benefit of the presumption. So the test is whether or not there's a broad fit, because it doesn't just apply to renewable energy applications, all applications. So to understand whether or not a proposal can benefit from the presumption, you need to go through the criteria in paragraph 29, and I set that out in my hearing statement. And on balance, in this particular instance, I have felt that going through each of those criteria and having regard to the broad fit test, that the proposal does benefit from the presumption. There's obviously significant effects reported in the environmental impact assessment report, for example, on landscape and visual receptors, but a slight tension or an acknowledged EIA significant effect does not equate to non-compliance with paragraph 29, and therefore it doesn't mean the proposal doesn't enjoy the presumption. And overall, decision makers need to consider whether or not a proposal will actually contribute to the outcomes in SPP, of which there are 4. So our conclusion is that the presumption does apply in this instance. And in coming to that conclusion, I've looked beyond just what I would describe as the renewable energy benefits. In the paragraph 29, there are socio-economic criteria. Part of the proposal here involves peat restoration and habitat enhancement measures, and slightly getting ahead of myself, but that ties into the twin themes emerging through draft MPF4 with the climate emergency and the nature crisis. And then we come to the question of whether the presumption becomes a significant material consideration. And we have had, and that hinges on the age of the local development plan. And I think it would be fair to say that we've had a decision fairly recently in Glen Shirrow, and that's CD reference 10.3, where Scottish ministers did conclude that the presumption was a significant material consideration, and they effectively applied the tilted balance there. The tilted balance being that, and that's set out in paragraph 33 of SPP. So that decision, I think, would be fair to say, was perhaps a little bit unusual. Decisions to date, particularly on Section 36 cases where there is no development plan primacy, have not given the presumption significant weight, but the Glen Shirrow decision and Minister's decision on that did apply it and did give a tilted balance. So there's 2 issues here. One is, does the presumption apply in general, paragraph 29 assessment, and then the weight as a significant material consideration or not?
Thank you for that. Mr Hinson, your thoughts on this matter, please, and what you've heard from Mr Herriot.
I think Mr Herriot's comment in relation to the Glen Shadow decision being somewhat unusual, I think was his words, was how we all felt when that one came out, because the presumption in favour of sustainable development, our take on it is that it works within a plan-led system, and it's related to use of the development plan, and obviously the development plan does not have primacy in a Section 36 case. With that said, in para 3.14 of my hearing statement, I undertook that same approach as Mr Herriot did in going through the principles in paragraph 29 of SPP 2014, and we concluded that the support is outweighed by the impact the development would. So the impact outweighs the development's benefits in relation to those bullet points. So we recognise that there would be benefits, albeit more limited benefits in terms of economic benefits. It supports climate change mitigation and adaptation. The proposal, however, wouldn't be considered to protect and enhance the landscape. So that was the 11th bullet point in paragraph 29. And then in relation to some, as Mr Herriot set out, some of the other points there just simply aren't applicable to wind energy development. But I think one that I haven't listed in my hearing statement is the 9th bullet point, having regard to the principles for sustainable land use set in that land use strategy. And again, that land use strategy, it was updated in 2021, and that very clearly sets out that there needs to be a balance. There is a need for onshore wind, but there needs to be that balance still to be struck.
Okay, thank you. Mr Herriot, would you like to come back on anything you've heard from Mr Hinson?
Just coming back, they go to on the question of the tilted balance. I think we were all surprised, as people have said, and the Minister's command and we obey, but I'm not sure they were right on that occasion.
Mr Trinick's been very fair on that. I don't think I need to add anything further given that comment.
Ms Finlay, is there anything that the Loft residents would like to say on this matter, or you? No. Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying that for the remaining matters, you can assume North residents don't have anything to add to Highland Council unless I alert you otherwise. That may make.
Thank you. I have a question about it's more of a clarification really on the Scottish Planning Policy Table 1 spatial framework. Right, the location of the application site is within groups 2 and 3 of the framework. And if I could direct this to you in the first instance, Mr Herriot, as I understand it, 4 of the proposed turbines would lie in a group 3 area, and the remaining 11 turbines and the supporting infrastructure in a group 2 area. Now, the group 2 interest in this case is the mapped presence of carbon-rich soils and deep peat. Given that the significant effects on this interest could be avoided through site design and mitigation, as you say in para 3.218, you go on to say that the site could therefore be reasonably described as a group 3 location, where SPP spatial framework states that wind farms are likely to be accessible subject to individual assessments. Given that SPP states that in some circumstances wind farms may also be appropriate in Group 2 areas, subject to any significant effects on qualities such areas being substantially overcome by siting, design and other means of mitigation, I wonder how relevant this comment is to my consideration of the application. The EIA report concludes that the proposed development would not result in significant effect on geology, including peat and soils, and neither SEPA or the Council objected to the application on this matter.
Yeah, I think there's agreement between the Council and ourselves on this particular point there, that because there are no significant effects on the qualities of the sole group 2 interest is the map presence of deep peat. The relevant consultees in this interest have not raised objections. Significant effects have been overcome through siting design or other mitigation, and I have put forward the case that allows you to consider the entire site as group 3 for the purposes of the spatial framework, and there's agreement between the Council and ourselves on that. Refer to paragraph 3.18 of the Council's hearing statement, which reads that for the purpose of the inquiry, the Council is content to consider the site as a Group 3 site, as matters related to Group 2 features within the site have been resolved through the application process. And that's not a particularly left field idea. It has been considered elsewhere in previous wind farm applications, including my favourite Clashgower document, where that was referred to as well, and Paul's Hill too. You still need to exercise planning judgment, but if we accept the premise that this is in effect a Group 3 area, SPP Table 1 says that in these locations wind farms are likely to be acceptable, subject to detailed consideration.
But even though it's a Group 2 area and you're able to demonstrate that you can mitigate the effects, it remains a Group 2 area, and SPP does allow development in those circumstances. It would attract the support of the framework, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you proceed on the basis that it still remains a Group 2 area, it's a Group 2 because of mapped presence of deep peat. The applicant has undertaken site-specific surveys where there are deposits of deep peat and carbon-rich soils. The site has been designed to avoid those. So, for the purpose of a paper exercise, it's Group 2, but having gone through the site design process with the benefit of site surveys, I think it would be reasonable to proceed with Group 3, but if you do rest upon the Group 2 interest, it's not a showstopper.
So, if I may, I think it's worth looking at the Paul's Hill 2 decision, where the reporter grappled with this issue, and I may not be able to take you the precise paragraph, but certainly at 210 in the report, he grappled with the spatial framework and noted the decision in the Knockinish case, which is also in Highland, where the reporter found that the site could be reasonably be regarded as Group 3, despite the fact that there was deep peat. So if you go on, you'll find that David Bullier actually came to the same finding in Paul's Hill 2. And I think there's another in Limekiln as well, which is also before the inquiry. The same finding was made. I suspect if you go through the decisions, you'll find the same finding again and again. So I think the right phrase is effectively Group 3. Of course, it's not Group 3, it's effectively Group 3, and that's the point.
Mr. Hinson, anything to add?
No, we agree. We've done a number of those decisions as set out there by Mr. Trinick. It's effectively a Group 3 area because it has been dealt with through the application process, either by siting and design or proposed mitigation through the EIA.
I've one further query on SPP, and I'll direct it to you, Mr. Hinson. Mr. Herriot says in his statement to para 422 that the Council cites the proposed development's conflict with SPP in its 2 grounds of objection to the application. He is unclear, as am I, as to which aspects of SPP the Council is referring to, and I wonder if you could direct me to the relevant parts of SPP, please.
Yes, no problem. So in terms of the relevant parts of SPP, I think it is that, which we've already talked around earlier, is the paragraph 29, in terms of that means that policies and decisions should be guided by the following principles. So setting those out in terms of whether it's sustainable development. And then when it comes to paragraph 169, which is effectively the considerations for that we have to take into account in relation to renewable energy developments. So it sets out there all the different matters for consideration. There's not necessarily a policy test in paragraph 169, but it's the predominant matters in there are the sixth bullet point related to landscape and visual impacts, and also the interrelated to that is the fourth bullet point there in relation to the cumulative impacts of this type of development, when considering landscape and visual impacts. There's also a point perhaps pertinent to this application in relation to paragraph 170. This is an application which is a wind farm to be consented in perpetuity, is my understanding. Therefore, paragraph 170 sets out areas identified for wind farms should be suitable for use in perpetuity, and consents may be time limited, but wind farms should nevertheless be sited and designed to ensure impacts are minimised and to protect an acceptable level of amenity for adjacent communities. And Mr. Whelan and Ms. Cowling will be giving evidence on that in relation to landscape and visual impact in due course.
Well, I understand that there has been a change in seeking consent in perpetuity to one that is time-bound, but I'll perhaps ask Mr. Trinett to confirm that. And when he's responded, I'll perhaps ask Mr. Herriot to respond to what he heard in terms of which aspects of SPP he was seeking. So, Mr. Trinett.
So I think initially the idea was that this would be an in perpetuity consent, but we pulled back from that, and the proposal is for a 40-year operational life, and decommissioning conditions have been agreed. So it's not going to be a consent in perpetuity. Otherwise, I mean, in turn, I take Mr. Hansen's point that SPP 169 is not a development test. They're just factors to be taken into account. And going back to Table 1, it says in Group 3, likely to be acceptable, I mean, in principle acceptable, subject to detailed consideration against identified policy criteria. Well, there aren't any policy criteria as such within SPP. So I guess this was written for the development plan, where you would find the policy criteria, but we're in Section 36. So there we are. It's a bit of a muddle.
Mr. Herriot.
Yeah, just one, one point. It's useful to have that clarification on which elements of SPP there was deemed non-compliance. They refer you to tables 2 and 3 of my hearing statement, where I set out that point-by-point assessment against paragraph 29 and 169. There is some duplication between the two, because paragraph 29 principles relate to all forms of development and 169 relates to renewable energy forms of development. But what I would say is, when you look at 169 in particular, the range of factors to be considered are lengthy and go beyond just landscape and visual. So there's a wider view needs to be taken. And I think I made the statement in my hearing statement that the grounds of difference between ourselves and the Council are actually quite narrowly drawn here. They're down to landscape and visual grounds only. And what I would say is landscape and visual impacts are one element only of the paragraph 29 and 169 assessments, not to be given weight above any other consideration.
Mr. Hinson, anything further to add? Particularly on the no longer being in perpetuity and it's being time-bound.
Yep. No, completely accept that. It's no longer in perpetuity consent. We have agreed conditions, but nevertheless, para 170 does set out that wind farm sites should be suitable in perpetuity. So when it comes to the end of that 40-year life, as we've seen with a number of wind farms in Highland to date, it won't necessarily just be for that 40-year period. It may be that there's a extension of life application at the end. It may be that they remove the turbines and repower it. That would obviously be, both of those scenarios would be subject to further applications, or it may be decommissioned. There's just those options available, but effectively paragraph 170 sets out that if you do grant, or ministers do grant a consent for this scheme, then that sets the principle for wind energy development on this site going forward as well. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything further to respond to from what Mr. Trinick or Mr. Herriot said out.
Okay, well, thank you. I noticed from the Statement of Agreed Matters there was a heading of draft MPF 4. I think it's paragraph 5.31. And this is where you say that the weights to be attached to draft MPF 4 will be discussed by parties in evidence. I don't know whether that still stands, whether you wanted the opportunity to say something on that matter. Mr. Trinick?
I think so. What it says is that the position's moving so quickly we'll make up our minds on the day. And you've heard what we said this morning. I think at the moment the position remains that the development management policies probably still attract little weight, because we don't know what's going to be in the final version. But some of the front-end stuff about the twin crises of the nature crisis and climate emergency probably have more weight because they're unlikely to change. But that's a broad statement.
Ms. Finlay.
Really, no change. It's going to be overtaken by events, but just harking back to Mr. Herriot's favourite decision, even last week Scottish ministers were putting little weight on draft MPF 4, so that's the current position, but that will change.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to item 4 on the agenda, this is where we're going to be discussing the development plan as a material consideration. And in particular, I wanted to focus on the application of the Highland-wide Local Development Plan Policy 67. I know that it's agreed that this policy is the key policy consideration in this case. Mr. Hinson, I was going to ask you to start our discussion on this topic by describing the scope of Policy 67 and how it should be applied in the assessment of renewable energy developments. And in doing so, I wanted to be grateful if you could elaborate on what you say in para 912 of the report of handling. This is where you say the policy reflects tests of other policies contained in the local development plan.
Okay, I'll perhaps address just that question backwards, if that's okay, in terms of reflecting the tests of other policies in the development plan. So, in relation to Policy 67, it sets out a wide range of considerations that has to be looked at when assessing renewable energy developments. And when we're looking at those other tests in other policies, we would say for the first bullet point there, the first consideration related to natural, built and cultural heritage features. You could look to Policy 57 of the Highland-wide Local Development Plan, which has a specific policy on that, which identifies different features at different levels of significance, and then gives a policy position in relation to that. And then we've got specific policies in the plan as well related to species and habitat. We've got policies on the water and environment, aviation, recreational use of the outdoors, and tourism and transport interests as well. So we've got all those specialist, more detailed policies and this one just kind of pulls them together almost as consideration. So you would look at this policy as your primary policy for considering renewable energy developments, but that's not to say that you don't necessarily look at those other policies which may give useful context for those positions. In relation to application of Policy 67, no one aspect of the considerations is necessarily given a higher level of weight than any other, but it comes down to the balance and judgment on a case-by-case basis. And the difference, I suppose, between Policy 67 and Para 169 that we're talking about in relation to SPP is that there is the policy test in Policy 67, where we're looking, where we effectively set out that there is support for renewable energy development, as long as the Council is satisfied that they're located, sited and designed in such a way that they would not be significantly detrimental overall. So that's significantly detrimental overall, and that's related to individual and cumulative impacts, allows that balance to be undertaken. And in relation to that policy, just in terms of its scope, just while obviously this is an onshore wind energy development that we're looking at in battery storage facility as part of the scheme, there's other types of renewable energy development. It seems fairly obvious to say, but there's other types of renewable energy development that this would equally be applicable to. And when we are assessing separate applications and standalone applications for battery storage facilities, for example, we assess it against Policy 67 as well, albeit we do give a level of consideration to Policy 69 as part of that, which is on electricity transmission infrastructure, because battery storage facilities are usually related to transmission, well 99% of the time related to transmission rather than distribution.
Okay, thank you.
Could I perhaps add two short points to that? What Mr. Hanson's just described is amply borne out in some of the decisions, and I'll just reference two, one which Highland Council lost and one which they won. Lime Kiln, which Mr. and Glen Sherrick lost and won, respectively. But there the reporters grappled with exactly the same policy framework in reports to ministers, and I think certainly as far as I'm aware, their approach has not been the subject of criticism. The other point I was going to make is that Policy 67 does draw together other policies, but it obviously can't include all the detail of the other policies. And as a relevant example of that, Policy 57, dealing with natural, built and cultural heritage, refers in its text to Appendix 2, which, I see Mayor picked the point already, refers to or applies a consideration of integrity in respect of special landscape areas. You won't find that in Policy 67. The detail may be elsewhere, but that Policy 67 is the primary policy, but you might have the other policies can't be completely ignored because they may provide some of the detail which goes into making up Policy 67.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Herrett, your response, please.
I think we're largely in agreement with everything that's been said about Policy 67 being the primary policy. Other policies potentially having relevance on a case-by-case basis, and Mr. Finley's referred to Policy 57. Those policies are probably a bit subservient to Policy 67. They may well deal with specific subject matters or specific items, and any conclusions on those policies, on those more focus matters, need to be brought back and considered in terms of Policy 67 and the wider remit, the larger list of criteria, and the final test, which is, are they significantly detrimental overall? So I think there's large agreement on that point, and it's been referred to and dealt with excuse me, in a number of other inquiries, one of which Mr. Finley referred to, and that's Lime Kiln. I'll refer you to paragraph 4.2.5 of my hearing statement, and that's quoting from Limekiln, and the reporter said that compliance or otherwise with Policy 67 largely dictates the degree of compliance against the relevant provisions of other policies. But to take those policies in isolation would run the risk of applying the requirements out of context. So I don't think there's an awful lot of disagreement, indeed none at all, on that particular issue and the relevance of Policy 67.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps just developing that a bit further, Mr. Hinson. Thinking about those other policies in the reasons for objection, namely policies 28, 51 and 61, the applicant is suggesting that the proposed development has been assessed against them in isolation rather than in the round. That is, within the context of Policy 67. I just wondered if you could respond to that observation.
Yes, so related to the discussion we've just had around to use Mr. Herriot's phrase, those kind of subservient policies, those policies were referenced in the reasons for refusal because it's needed there for context in relation to specific matters, whether it be related to the special landscape area, which is covered by Policy 57 and the related Appendix 2, or whether it's related to landscape in terms of Policy 61. Policy 28, in particular, there's been two decisions as of late in Highland, say as of late within the last 3 years anyway, where different reports have taken different views in relation to Policy 28. So in the Navadale decision, which is core document 10.6, the reporter considered Policy 28 in their decision-making process. That was a 2019 decision. But then in the recent South Kilbrower decision, which is core document 10.55, the reporter essentially set out that it was not useful in context of renewable energy development. What Policy 28 does do, it effectively, Highland-wide Local Development Plan was published before SPP. It effectively sets out that the Highland Council will support sustainable. It's effectively the presumption in favour of sustainable development built into a policy, not put in those specific words, but it's about the social, economic and environmental well-being of the Highland area, which are the three pillars of sustainability. So that's effectively the reasons why they are referenced in our reasons for objection to the scheme. It's just needed there for context.
Perhaps I can add to that if one looks in the report of handling, and just give you two paragraphs, 8.6 and 9.12 by way of reference. Highland Council have made it clear that Policy 67 is their primary policy. If you read the report as a whole, that's how they've assessed the application. But so the criticism I would suggest is unwarranted. The reference to other policies and the recommendation for objection, it follows from the overall consideration that they've given, and it's clearly an overall consideration that's been given, and that's CD 223 and just 912 and 86 give you that reference. So, and it, as Mr. Herriot has rightfully indicated, there hasn't been for a long time any real policy dispute between, or approach to policy dispute between Highland Council and a number of applicants, and Highland Council haven't gone out on a limb in this report and done something different they haven't done in every other report.
Mr. Herriot, any further thoughts?
Yes, just a point of clarity. I don't think I was criticising the Council in their assessment of these other policies. I was just saying that if a decision maker were to look at these policies in isolation, without the overarching policy 67, that would be the incorrect approach. And that's set out in paragraph 4.3.4 of my hearing statement. So I'm not saying that's what the Council did, but I'm saying that would be the incorrect approach, and that you need to consider these in the round. So whatever you find in terms of policy 28 or policy 61 or policy 57, for example, needs to be brought back and considered in the round against the key test in 67, which is it significantly detrimental overall? So, for example, a finding of a conflict with a local landscape area in terms of policy 57 doesn't necessarily trigger a conflict with policy 67, which embraces a much broader range of issues.
Happy to accept that there was no criticism from Mr. Harriott.
So I do need to come in and address the Loth residents in terms of policy.
Yes, please do.
Nothing more to say about directed to Highland Council, but unusually landscape is coming after policy, and I would have addressed Section 9 of Michelle Bolger's inquiry report with her in cross-examination, but it's much better to do it now in the hearing session as a discussion, because Mr. Finlay can come in and say things, which I'm sure he will. It's Section 9 on internal page 43 of the inquiry report. It's CD, oh goodness me, I don't know what it is, 13.2 or something? 13.12. Yeah. Thank you. 13.12, little one. When you have it in front of you, sir. At Section 9, and starting at 911, and 911 leads immediately on to 922, because I'm talking about policy 57, and Ms. Bolger represents the position as the proposed development would not safeguard or enhance the character and quality of the SLA, and then in 922, with regard to policy 57, development would have an adverse effect on the character of the SLA. So I don't know, because I haven't asked her, but I would assume she's saying we are therefore in breach of policy 57. It won't surprise you that we take issue with the development test as represented by Michelle Bolger, simply an adverse effect. That's not the test. Nor should we be regard to enhance the character and quality of the SLA. So there may be some comments to come back on that. In relation to policy 28, as my second and last point, and I suppose this is addressed to Highland Council as well, but that policy is headed sustainable design. Its entire text and its preamble relates so clearly to new buildings, and the reference to design guides, that trying to apply it to a wind farm, it was not intended to apply to wind farms in my view, and I addressed that both to Loth residents, i.e. Michelle Bolger's evidence, and to Highland Council in that sense. So that saves me having to cross-examine Michelle Bolger on policy. I've said it in the hearing session.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
So I'll take Ms. Bolger's cross-examination for her then. In terms of policy 28, I think Mr. Heinsohn's already covered that, and whilst Mr. Trinick may have his views, the reporter at Navadale, which is the example Mr. Heinsohn gave, has a different view. What Ms. Bolger was doing, which she sets out very clearly in paragraph 2.2.2, is just highlighting the aspects of policies that are relevant to her consideration. And she says in brackets, for the avoidance of doubt, accept other parts of the policies may be relevant for the overall decision. So she's very clearly not making an overall decision. She's just forming a view on those aspects of policy which will feed into the overall decision. And my understanding is that is what she's doing at 9.2. And she reiterates that at 9.3.1, where she makes it clear that her evidence doesn't seek to undertake the planning balance. So if it wasn't clear enough, I would hope it was. What she's seeking to do is, as any competent witness, set out the relevant parts of policies upon which she can give a view, but is leaving it to others to feed those views into the decision-making process. So hopefully she hasn't transgressed, but I don't ask you, North residents don't ask you to take her evidence any further than that.
Understood. No more to say. Thank you very much.
I have a question about the status and engagement of the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance. Mr. Hinson, I was going to ask you if you could describe the status of the supplementary guidance and the circumstances in which it's engaged. I'm interested to hear your response to Mr. Herriot's comment set out at paragraph 4.2.39 of his hearing statement, where he says that Policy 67 is the only hook to engage the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance. If I've understood him correctly, any conflict with the supplementary guidance does not necessarily mean that a proposal would conflict with, say, for example, Policy 57 on natural and built and cultural heritage, or 61 on landscape.
Sorry, sir, can you just give me the reference to, was it 4.2.39 in Mr. Herriot's?
Mr. Herriot's statement, 4.2.39. And he's talking about the hook to the supplementary guidance in Policy 67.
Yes, so the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance statutorily adopted part of the development plan. And what that does is it provides guidance in relation to the range of matters that we consider in relation to onshore wind energy development. So it goes into a level of detail that we simply can't do in what we were told back in the 2009 regulations is a concise local development plan. I do apologise as one of the authors of the Highland Wide Development Plan. It wasn't the most concise document in the world. But it provides guidance on it, and then as part of that there are a list of 10 criteria, and related to the application of those criteria on tests in themselves. You can't come to a conclusion on an application solely based on the criteria. That would be inappropriate. The policy test is within Policy 67 of the Highland Wide Plan. But the criterion do guide, they're designed there to guide developers in formulating their proposals in relation to the specific matters highlighted within the criteria, and whether that be impact on natural, built and cultural heritage, whether it, in terms of visual, landscape and visual ones anyway, whether it's related to pattern of development and impacts on routes and amenity of residents and things like that. So Mr. Whelan and Ms. Curling will be given evidence on that in due course. But the document is effectively there to aid decision makers in developers coming forward with proposals and decision makers in coming forward with their proposals and their recommendations on those applications when they're submitted and being assessed. I think what I've referred to the criterion as previously in previous inquiries is that they're a toolbox, effectively, for aiding decision making and guiding development. In relation to the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance and the associated landscape sensitivity appraisals, the site isn't within one of the completed landscape sensitivity appraisal areas. We are currently in the process of bringing forward landscape sensitivity appraisals for the whole of Highland in relation to the new guidance that came out from Nature Scott on landscape sensitivity appraisals. That was the guidance from Nature Scott was published earlier this year. The council was a pilot for operation of that guidance in a very specific area, but it won't be until later in 2023 before any landscape sensitivity appraisal and any associated guidance with that would actually be published by the council for this specific area. As I've set out in para 4.3.2 of my hearing statement, the application site falls out with the landscape sensitivity appraisals that are currently in place, but there is a landscape sensitivity appraisal for Caithness, Black Isle Hills and the Moray Coast, and that identifies some areas from which you will view the wind farm and why those areas are important. Mr Whelan will give evidence on those in due course, but one of the ones highlighted was the views looking out from places like Port Mahomack and Talbot Ness towards the development site and those coastal hills. I don't want to go any too much further on that, otherwise I'm straining into evidence that Mr Whelan should be giving, not me.
Can I add two things to that? Different reporters who've dealt with the supplementary guidance, some have found the criteria useful, some have not, and there are examples of both in the material before you. In fairness to Mr Herriot, the paragraph to which he drew his attention in the report is perhaps inappropriately worded. Paragraph 897 of the report of handling said the application is seen to conflict with the criteria in OW ESG. The word conflict with criteria is inappropriate. If one actually goes to the discussion, it's criteria not being met. So I can understand why Mr Herriot made the comment he did. It's not that I think the use of the words conflict with criteria is inappropriate shorthand for what Highland Council has done. Nothing in the supplementary guidance goes beyond providing guidance, whether it be the criteria or the specific landscape appraisals that are available for those areas in which they've been completed for. It simply is meant to assist the decision maker in its process. So you don't conflict or otherwise with the supplementary guidance. You may meet or fail various criterion within it, and then that feeds into the subsequent application of policy. So Mr Herriot is right to pick up that loose language, but I hope overall in the report taken as a whole we haven't fallen into the trap that he was concerned about, and I'm not suggesting he did say we did overall.
Mr Herriot.
Quite a few points there. Dealing with the latter point, happy to take that clarification, no issue with that. Just going back to one of your first questions, sir, about the hook for the onshore wind guidance, and I'll make that point in 4.2.39 of my hearing statement. I think it's probably useful for you to look at the introduction section of the onshore wind SG itself, and that's CD reference 6.06. And there's a reference in there to policies 67 and 68. And just for your benefit, policy 68 relates to community renewables. And the last sentence of the second paragraph says this SG forms part of the Highland Development Plan, supplementing key policies that are set out in, key principles set out in policies within the Highland-wide local development plan. So the hook is, for the purpose of this application, which is not a community development, is policy 67. And I think I would agree with what Mr Heinsohn said about the contents of the documents and its usefulness for decision makers. It doesn't add anything or any additional tests in respect to the relevant development plan policy, and that's set out in the Council's committee report, which is CD 2.23, paragraph 8.8, and that reflects decisions, for example, Limekiln decision, where that report in that CD 10.3, paragraph 7.25, where the reporter, in discussing the SG, noted that it did not contain further substantive tests than those contained within Policy 67. So I think there's effectively agreement on both sides of the room as to the status and the contents of the SG.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment on that? Okay, thank you. My other question in this discussion was going to be about the relevance of Policy 28, but I think we've kind of covered that in our earlier discussions. So before we close this session, I just wanted to give the parties the opportunity to raise any other relevant matter under this heading before we close. So, Mr. Trinick, is there anything further that you would like to add for this session?
If there is, Mr. Herriot will have it.
Just one minor point of clarification, and that relates to paragraph 3.56 of the Council's hearing statement. And this is in the context of targets for onshore wind. And it says that this talks about targets in general, and it finishes by saying that targets are for renewable energy projects generally, not just onshore wind, for which there's no specific target. We discussed earlier, and I appreciate it's still in a refresh form, but the onshore wind policy statement has set this, or consulted upon this goal, this target of additional 8 to 12 gigawatts of onshore wind by 2030. That may well change by the time it's a formal document, but there is at least a discussion point. That was the only other point to raise.
Ms. Finlay, any response to that particular point or any other matter?
No, happy to concede that there is that draft target there in the onshore wind energy refresh statement, which is also set in the Butte House agreement as well.
Mr. Finlay, anything further from Louth residents? Okay. Okay, well, just to, before we close the session, just thank everybody for their contributions to this discussion. Very, very informative, so thank you very much. Shall we pause there for lunch? Now, conscious of what you said earlier on, Mr. Finlay, if we say we're back for kind of 1:45, would that... We'll aim for 1:45.
We'll aim for 1:45, absolutely.
So before we break for lunch, in terms of conditions, we're entirely in your hands. I have nothing to say about the conditions because they're agreed with the Council. How much do you have to ask us?
Well, I reflected on this last night, and I think we can get through them reasonably quickly. I think I've probably got 8 to 10 queries. I wouldn't say they're kind of difficult questions.
Can you give us the condition numbers on which you have the queries before we break? Then at least we can prepare for difficult questions you're going to ask us.
Right. I have points of clarification on condition 5, and that is aviation lighting, and whether or not the requirements of the MOD have been fully met, and there's a letter of the 10th of October. I think that's a further consultation response. I haven't seen that, or if you have provided it, I must have missed it. So that's what I was going to ask there. I had a query about condition 11 on micro-siting, and there's a reference in clause A to the turbine height not being positioned higher than 5 metres above ground level from the position shown on the original layout. I had a query about condition 13. This was about, well, the title of the condition is Construction Traffic Management Plan, but I went back to the consultation response from Transport Scotland about further details of the access, and I'm not sure it's entirely covered by condition 29, which is, I think, is a new one. So I had a query about whether or not Transport Scotland's requirements have been fully met in that condition with condition 29. And then I had a few queries about references to Habitat Management Plan, Peat Management Plan, which is the following condition. Obviously, conscious has been, since the scheme of mitigation schedule was prepared for the EIAR, there's been further information, and I just wanted to make sure that all the proposals of mitigation have been captured in these conditions. That's more or less it. I say condition 29 is the access from the A9, but it seems to be a condition broadly about landscaping of the access rather than the geometry of it. So I had a query about that. So I think we might be able to get through that reasonably quickly.
Very helpful. So now I think condition 29 came in sort of via this side of the room and Loth residents in particular, and it is primarily directed at landscaping. So we'll look at the Transport Scotland response.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close that. We'll stay for 10 to 2 now, because we've taken a little bit more time. So if you could reconvene at 10 to 2, and we'll start with our second hearing session on draft conditions. So thank you. It's my opening remarks. But for the benefit of those joining proceedings for the first time or viewing events on the website, my name is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, and the Ministers have appointed me to hold an inquiry to consider an application by Renewable Energy Systems Limited to construct and operate the proposed Kintradwell farm located on the Kintradwell estate to the north of Brura, Highland. And shortly we'll commence our second hearing section to discuss the set of draft conditions which would be attached to a Section 36 consent and deemed planning permission should the Scottish Ministers resolve to grant consent to the application. As I mentioned this morning, I haven't prepared an agenda for the hearing session, as I simply intend to work through the updated schedule of draft conditions proposed by the applicant and discussed with the Council and others. And before we start, I just wanted to check we're all using the same version of the schedule. My copy is titled version 2, dated the 17th of October 2022, and that's CD 17.3. Is that correct? Super. Thank you. As for the earlier hearing session, there'll be no cross-examination of those taking part, but you can ask questions of each other through me if you do not understand anything that is being said. So I'd like to take a note of the names of those who are going to be taking part in this particular session, and I'll start with you, Mr. Trinick. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name's Nicola Martin. I am a partner with Wright Johnston Mackenzie LLP, acting on behalf of Renewable Energy Systems Limited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay.
Yes, James Finney, King's Counsel, with Simon Heinsohn sitting to my left, and Mr. Heinsohn will be doing most of the talking, if not all of it.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I mentioned, I'm pleased to see that there's broad agreement on the draft conditions presented in the schedule. However, as I indicated before lunch, I do have a number of questions and clarification on what is being proposed. Dealing first with the list of draft conditions that will be attached to a Section 36 consent. Condition 5, this deals with aviation lighting. I note there's agreement between the parties, but when I had a look at the MOD's initial consultation responses, they proposed quite specific conditions that they would wish to see attached to any consent. But I see there's been some changes since then, and I'm not entirely sure that all the requirements that the MOD wish to see in a condition have been replicated in this condition. So if you could take me through that, please.
Yes, sir, of course. Thank you. As a consequence of discussion about the lighting, to clarify the provision of infrared lighting rather than visible lighting, further confirmation was sought from MOD as to whether or not they would be prepared to clarify the terms of their proposed condition. And on the 10th of October, they confirmed their agreement to a proposed amendment which had been agreed between Mr Heinsohn and I. We can put that email and the condition into the inquiry, sir, if you'd like to accept it, and that would be CD 17.5.
Well, I find that helpful, if you could do that. Thank you.
We can, I think they've been handed around. So it's split. The 17.5.1 is the email chain, and then 17.5.2 is the draft condition, which shows the proposed change highlighted in track change red. The only change, sir, just to clarify, does relate to the lighting. The other conditions are as proposed by MOD.
Thank you very much. That's good. Thank you. Okay, turning to the draft conditions that will be attached to the deemed planning permission, I just had a very straightforward query about condition 6. I didn't mention this earlier on, but there was obviously some discussion about the terms of the new condition about the commencement of development, and the council sought the addition of the words deemed planning permission. So you're quite content with the condition as presented in the schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right, condition 7 deals with the schedule of mitigation. And as I mentioned, my concern here was whether the condition has captured all of the additional information and the further environmental information lodged in early September. And I'm thinking particularly about the golden eagle habitat management and ornithology mitigation proposals. So I'm just seeking some clarification there that that's all been captured.
So the schedule of mitigation included at Chapter 16, Table 16.1, does refer to the eagle, golden eagle habitat management proposals, and there is no reference to the additional detail that's been provided, and we'll come on to discussing that, I think, as part of the HMP discussion later. But currently, it doesn't refer to that that information, but it is drafted. I'm just getting it up. Just getting up Table 16.1 because it does refer to the provision, the mitigation proposed in terms which. So I'm just at. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry, sir. I was just trying to find the relevant schedule to take you through it, and I'm struggling to find it. But it does include a description of the provision that's proposed, but not in the amount of detail that's provided in the additional information submitted in 2022. Nor it doesn't refer to the areas, the hectares either, that are to be provided. So in our view, that schedule does cover the additional habitat management proposals. If you think differently and would prefer to see an update with specific reference to that additional information, we could prepare a revision to the schedule to submit to you. It would just pull together the additional information rather than be new additional information.
Was it not SEPA that were quite particular about, they suggested a condition they'd like to see imposed initially, and then as that area changed, they wanted to see the scheme updated. That may be covered in a different condition. You mentioned the habitat management plan later on. So I don't necessarily want to overcomplicate the condition, but if other things, if they're picked up elsewhere, then that'll be fine. I just perhaps need to be reassured that it will find its way into those conditions.
Sorry, sir, the SEPA requirement, sir.
Yes, yeah.
I'd have to just check if I could have a couple of moments, but my understanding was that everything was covered and addressed, and the SEPA requirements were referred to both by Mr. Heinsohn and I in the agreement of the conditions. I don't know if Mr. Heinsohn can help with that.
Yeah, any comments?
I think broadly it is covered by the habitat management plan condition, which includes review provisions. The only other change maybe for clarity in relation to this condition, which would be a fairly simple and straightforward change, is where it's setting out schedule of environmental commitments submitted as Chapter 16, Table 16.1 to the EIER. You could simply add in the wording and the FEI, additional information in 2022. So just give it that title, which then covers everything within that document as the additional mitigations.
You'd be comfortable with that?
Yes, certainly would. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, my next query was with condition 11 and the micrositing. And again, I noticed that the parties are agreed. But I noticed in the first clause of the condition, you say no turbine to be positioned higher than 5 metres above ground level than the position shown on the site layout plan. And it just struck me that was quite a high tolerance, given the height of where the turbines would be positioned. And I just was just seeking some clarification that is the correct figure of 5 metres.
Yes, so it's certainly my understanding that it's 5 metres is the correct figure. What we sought to do in agreeing this condition with the applicant is provide a level of flexibility. There's other conditions that we have agreed on, other wind farms throughout the area, and ministers have applied, where it said that no wind turbine foundation shall be positioned any higher than the ground level at the consented layout scheme. But that has led to difficulty in delivering development, and we've had to go through things like non-material variations and things like that to consent. So we want to give a level of flexibility there, but we want to put an upper limit on that. So we didn't want it to be excessive, because that might have further adverse visual effects.
Any comments on that? You're quite content. Thank you. Yes, my next query was with regard to condition 13. This is titled Construction Traffic Management Plan. And I noticed that in Transport Scotland's response to the consultation request, it sought a condition regarding the proposed means of access from the A9. Clause 2 of the draft condition refers to access and egress for abnormal loads and HGVs. And I just wondered whether whether that clause is intended to satisfy Transport Scotland's requirement, and if so, that there's no reference to further consultation with Transport Scotland, and if it isn't, is a separate clause or condition required? So that was my query with this particular condition.
So, Mr. Heinsohn and I both agree that there is an omission within this condition relating to the access from the A9 trunk road to the site and the provision of that, which will be a new access. We've proposed alternative wording to that subparagraph 2, which is not long. Would you like me to read that out?
Yes, please.
Okay. The CTMP shall include details of the proposed layout of the new direct access onto the A9 trunk road and any accommodation measures required, including the removal of street furniture. And then it goes back into and information on materials, plant, equipment, components. And then going on to include as well, as a final sub-paragraph to that condition, that the CTMP shall be implemented as approved. And so sub-paragraph 1 does already provide for consultation with Transport Scotland.
So it does. Thank you. Right, looking at condition 15, this is the habitat management plan, and again I see there's agreement between the parties. Just a couple of queries. Again, this was whether it's necessary to add a further reference to the additional information that's been lodged, whether it would be helpful to ensure that we've captured everything that's being proposed by way of mitigation. And I also, I think it's in clause 2, I just wanted to check the reference. In here you've got TS 8.6, and I couldn't find that. I did come across a TA 8.6. I don't know whether it's just a typo, but I just wanted to be clear on that we had the correct reference in clause 2 of that condition.
Thank you, sir. And yes, I'm afraid in 2 it is a typo. It should be TA, technical appendix. And yes, the additional information submitted in August 2022 should be referred to in subparagraph 1. So it would read, described in the AI, August 2021, section 1, and additional information, August 2022, volume 2, which is the revised outline habitat plan. And those, if you wanted to refer to them as CD 115, is the 2022 revised habitat management plan.
Okay, thank you. Just a very brief query about condition 17. Again, I didn't mention this before lunch, but I just noted with regards to construction hours and timing, you've got different construction times for the turbines and the battery storage facility. And I just wonder what the reason for that is. And
so the substation is closer to dwellings.
Condition 23 deals with noise, and again, a very straightforward query. There's been no changes between the first version of the schedule, which had a very lengthy list of guidance notes and a table of no changes between the first and second versions of the material.
So I'm not sure if there has, but if there has, it's the version that's attached to this draft which should be preferred.
And just to clarify, from my recollection, I don't think there was any changes to the guidance notes. It was just that they were moved out of that out of the table, really.
There are rather lots of numbers to check, so I thought I'd ask it. And my final query was about condition 29, the access from the A9, but we may have captured that in our discussions earlier on with the construction traffic management. So again, I was just querying the role for Transport Scotland, but from what Mr. Finlay said earlier on, essentially it was about landscaping. This one. Well, that was all the queries I had on the schedule of conditions. I don't know if there's anything further you'd like to add from the applicant's side or indeed the council side, but if you're broadly content, I'm quite happy to kind of close that session now. We can kind of move on to our inquiry session. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Do we need a few moments to get organised for the inquiry session, or? Yes. Oh, yeah. I'll just sort my papers out and we'll get going.
Thank you, sir. I will call my first and only witness in this inquiry session, Frances Horn. Good afternoon, Ms. Horn. You will have, sir, Ms. Horn's inquiry report, her precognition, and also a series of appendices. Appendix 1 describes Ms. Horn's qualifications and experience. That's attached to her inquiry report physically. There's then appendices 2 to 7, which should be in the A3 volume you should have. There's appendix 8 in the A4 volume. And finally is 1123, which is a separate figure concerning access. So those are the documents. With your permission, sir, I'm going to take the precognition as read and proceed straight to some supplementary questions, which I anticipate won't take more than 25 minutes to half an hour.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Horn, at the time you wrote your inquiry report, you'd visited some of the viewpoints. Can you now clarify to the inquiry which viewpoints you have visited and which you haven't?
Yes, of course. I'd just like to check that you can hear me all right.
Let's bring the microphone a bit closer to you.
Is that better?
Much better.
Better, good. Okay. Yes, Mr. Trinick. Since my original site visits earlier this year, which have been set out at my inquiry report, paragraph 1.11, I have visited all the other viewpoints with the exception of viewpoint 4 and viewpoint 18.
I think we can see the viewpoints on CD14 figure 623. I'm sure we don't need to go there because I think we know viewpoint 4 is Bundoran.
Bundoran.
And viewpoint 18 is up near Kinbrace, just south of Kinbrace, isn't it?
Yes, it's on the B871. B871.
B8, whatever it is, indeed. And in addition to the viewpoints, what else have you visited?
In addition to that, I've taken the opportunity, whilst I've been travelling around the area, to visit some of the West Garty viewpoints, namely viewpoint 1, which is the A9 Brora lay-by, viewpoint 6.
Let the reporter get there. Yep, carry on.
Okay. Viewpoint 7.
So 6 is
Helmsdale Harbour.
Yep.
Viewpoint 7, Lower Brora. Viewpoint 13, which is on the A9 South, at the Ord of Caithness viewpoint. And viewpoint 14, Embo. In addition to that, I've also driven the local highway network and including some other specific viewpoints to West Garty, which were the A9, viewpoint 2 and viewpoint 5. The minor road, which passes from Kildonan to the A9 at the coast through Glenloth, which picks up West Garty viewpoints 9 and 10.
And perhaps 4 as well?
Yes, 4 at the Kildonan station. And then also the A897, which was viewpoint 11. lastly, which is also relevant, I've also been partway onto the site. I've travelled up the existing site track from Kintradwell to the end of the track to the eastern side of Colben. From there, I've walked up into the site towards the Borrow Pit location, close to the location of Turbine 8, and then up onto the top of Colben itself. And I will say, in terms of locations that I haven't, routes I haven't travelled, I've not been on the Northern Railway. However, I've driven parallel to it on the A9, and I've also walked a number of locations which are close to it.
Okay, thank you very much. There are a number of points I want to put to you which derive from the evidence of others. And for the first group, would you please get out Michelle Bolger's evidence, CD 1312, and specifically 1312.3, otherwise called SLD2.
Yes.
And within that, turn to internal page 15. You may also wish to get out before I ask you a question. I'll wait till the reporters. Page 15, sir, of that document.
So which document? Is 1312.3, is it? Or?
Yeah, it's, at least I numbered that. It's the supporting document 2. It's landscape format, page 15. And in this section, Michelle Bolger takes us through a number of paragraphs of the CD 1039 Westgarty inquiry report, and in the right column gives her comments on the relevance of what is said in that report to Kintradwell. CD 14 might reasonably be read alongside this exercise. CD 14 are the EIAR GIS-based figures, and if you could go to figure 6.6 within that series. It's entitled Principal Visual Receptors Within 35 Kilometre Study Area. Now the topic we're going to address, Ms Horn, is Glen Sletdale, and if we go to CD 14 figure 6.6, we can see, well, going north from the A9, there is a Glen Loth and Glen Sletdale are together until a certain point. I think there's a bridge, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Do you have the figure?
I'm struggling a little bit with the document.
Oh right, it's
6.5.
well, CD 14 at figure 6.6. The alternative is if you've got the inquiry map, the big A2 map, that's just as good.
No, you got it. Do you want to use this one?
Yeah, the big A2 map.
Do you want to use this one? I've got it on my screen.
It's quite a useful map to have alongside you through the inquiry, so that one, it's a point of reference for most things.
very much.
Which map are you on, sir? 11.3, the big one, good. Well, you'll see that the A9 and then Glenloth and Glen Sletdale go up together, probably called Glenloth. There's a bridge, then you swing left into Glen Sletdale and go up the north-east boundary of the site. You see that? Yes. That's what we're addressing. And in her supporting document to her inquiry report, Michelle Bodger quotes from paragraph 3.174 of the report of the Westgarty inquiry, where Karen Haywood says, bullet point 12, under heading accessible yet secluded lands and locks, the introduction of turbines into the landscape at relatively close distances would inevitably reduce the sense of seclusion and tranquility, the feeling of emptiness, and Michelle Bodger's comment is, Kintradwell wind turbines would have a major adverse effect on Glen Sletdale. What do you say to that?
First of all, sir, I'd like to just expand a little bit on where Glen Sletdale fits. We've just located it. It doesn't extend from the north down to the coast. It's quite a discreet and remote glen, which links to Glenloth at the bridge, as Mr. Trinick has described, and it forms the part of the northern and eastern site boundary. Now, Ms. Bolger describes how she's relating this, it seems, to the accessible glens and lochs in relation to Westgarty. And I've been local to this area, and I noted that in my travels there is a very discreet opening at the bridge where I would envisage, were you to be on foot, that you could take a route along the valley, along the site boundary, and continue up the glen. But I could not see any signs marking a particular route, and neither am I aware of any core paths, and there's certainly no road or trail that is readily accessible to my mind. I noted that there was fairly limited parking along the road which goes through Glenloth, and I would, in terms of this glen being accessible, readily accessible to a great number of people in the way that Ms. Haywood was describing for Westgarty and Glenloth, that there is no real correlation in this accessibility of the glen. However, I do acknowledge that the glen is very close to the proposed development and within the host LCT. And there would be visual effects upon it.
Same document of Ms. Bolger's, which is supporting document 2, CD 13-12-3. If you go to page 18, we're dealing here with the third item on the page, paragraph 3.192, where Karen Haywood is talking about viewpoint 7 at Brora, 17 turbines visible, as well as representing what could be seen from parts of Brora village. This view is the backdrop to the outward 9 holes of the Brora Golf Club, a well-known James Braid-desired championship course and very popular around the world. I think you'd like to say something about Ms Bolger's interpretation, which is up to 15 turbines will be visible in the backdrop to the outward 9 holes of the golf club. What do you want to say?
Yes, well, in reading this, it seems to me that Ms Hayward is incredibly certain about the particular view to which she's making reference here. I would direct you to the West Garty viewpoint 7, which is at Lower Brora, and that is CD 11.7, figure 7.7. Yes.
So that's the one that was replaced because the original was somewhat out of order.
Okay, so if we turn to the second page where we have the photography, yes, and the wireline, you'll see this location at the foreshore at Lower Brora, not too far from the Kintradwell viewpoint 2, with a view to which Ms Hayward is referring northwards across the Murray Firth towards the Ord of Caithness and towards Helmsdale. She describes that the West Garty scheme would be in the centre of that view, on the ridge and on the highest point of the horizon in that view. And I would say, in relation to Kintradwell Wind Farm, we do not appear in that view.
Now, it may be said to you, well, yes, but if you turn left, you'll see Kintradwell. What would you say, noting what Karen Hay would say about such a response?
That it wasn't that view that she was particularly interested in and particularly concerned about.
Very well, thanks very much. Would you now take up, please, the inquiry report of Peter Whelan? I'm hopeless with CD numbers on evidence. What it's 12.4. Thank you. And go to paragraph 311. Where Mr. Whelan records the findings of the EIAR that there will be no significant effects on any receptors on the transportation network, and he contests that specifically for users of the A9 and Brora, which includes the North Coast 500, and for users of the rail network. Now, people can read on in the paragraph, not leave people to read it for themselves. I want you to focus on the A9 here, and you might, in order to answer my point, want to get out CD 116. And I think you'll want to turn to figure 322 within that. Am I right? Right reference, good. So I'll wait till you get there, sir.
So the CD reference was
116. Thanks. I think you want to respond to what Mr. Whelan says by reference to your experience of the A9. Please carry on.
Yes, well, the LVIA does not identify any significant effects on the A9 nor the rail network. And I provide some detailed description in my inquiry report, paragraphs 412 to 426. And I certainly won't go through them now, but I'll give a brief overview, if I may, of my own experience when travelling northwards towards Brora and then on towards the site, travelling on the A9. And I'll make reference to figure 3.2.2, which is focused upon those areas within 20 kilometres where there is theoretical visibility, and in fact we don't have visibility beyond approximately 10 kilometres of the proposed Kintradwell turbines. You'll see initially, sir, as you approach from the south, the road turns slightly northeastwards. Generally the road is straight, and I note it's a national speed limit, and as I was crawling along taking in the view, I was certainly overtaken by one or two people, being a bit frustrated, I would imagine. And as you continue along this landscape, it's really quite a broad, open view. So there's the openness across the Moray Firth to the east. There are houses close to you. There are houses in the distance extending across quite a broad extent of landscape of the pasture land with houses and residential area. And you can see the southeasterly areas of Brora as you approach. I would say that this is a fairly unusually broad part of the landscape, and whilst it's not without undulations, it's relatively flat. As I say, the road is moderately straight with just a couple of bends, and initially, so that you have visibility of between 8 and 11 turbines. And there are some representative wire lines of 3 locations upon approach to Brora, which follow, should you wish to refer to them and understand the transition. As you approach Brora, in fact, not too far from where we currently are sitting, you reduce down to approximately 30 mile an hour speed limit, and the theoretical visibility indicated increases, however, to up to 12 to 15 turbines. But that coincides with not only the reduction in speed, but the introduction of buildings, including moderately sized buildings, as we have behind me. You have other trees and buildings to either side of the A9, and you start to descend slightly towards the bridge in Brora, and there would be very limited and very glimpsed, if that, views beyond the A9 at this point as you're in the settlement itself. And that is where you have the greatest potential visibility of turbines in terms of theoretically visible. As you turn across the bridge, sir, again to the north, you start to travel along a straight section of the A9, and it rises gently from the bridge and is very enclosed by buildings, which we'll see on Friday, all being well, if you've not already seen it, towards the location of viewpoint 3, which is just at the transition between the purple and the green colour. And at which point you continue northwards and the theoretical visibility continues to recede, whereby you start to see fewer turbines and lower, the tips of turbines as opposed to hubs and tops of towers. As you leave Brora, we have another 3 wire lines which provide will give you another indication of the extent of the turbines which could be visible. But the theoretical visibility continues to reduce, and it's not until you see that the road turns to the northeast that views again open out. You lose the screening which has been to your easterly side. You've lost any appreciation of being near the coast or seeing the coast as you're travelling through the settlement. And it's not until that you turn to the northeast where you start to regain that to the driver's side, to the right-hand side. And you begin to travel more closely to the first line of the foothills, which start to rise from the coast, and the relationship between the road and the railway and the farmed landscape becomes more enclosed around you as you continue to travel towards the site entrance. To my mind, the balance between the distance initially when you first are at between approximately 10 and 8 kilometres is such that the magnitude of change would not be so great that combined with even the agreed high sensitivity, you would have a significant effect. And then it is tempered further as you progress further northwards, and you have intervention in urban form, which again tempers the magnitude of change that one would experience travelling along this route. And therefore, overall, I don't believe that there would be a significant effect upon the route for those reasons.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you now turn to Mr. Whelan, paragraph 315, internal page 9. This is a short factual point for which you also need out CD 116, figure 322. Mr. Whelan says from the second line in 315, again as you slowly exit Brora, so obviously he's going south, I witnessed prolonged and unobscured views towards the hills and the proposed wind farm site from the south of the settlement's edge for a distance of around 6.5 kilometres. Using, as you like, figure 322, what is your response to that?
The figure that Mr. Whelan's quoted there just doesn't quite seem right to me. If we look at the southerly edge of Brora, and we say we take a line from the transition between 12 to 15 turbines being theoretically visible, so where we have just 610 metres of theoretical visibility. If we take, we can see the railway line on the figure. If we took the 2.91 kilometres and then 46 metres, 31 metres and 102 metres of theoretical visibility, that doesn't quite amount to 6.5 kilometres, and it was just a point that I noted as I was reading through.
Okay, thank you. Go back to Michelle Bodger's, it's her inquiry report I want to go to now, rather than one of the supporting documents. And on page 20, internal page 26, paragraph 631. So page 26. Paragraph 631, and here she's discussing landform. Under the section on landform, the SMH wind farm guidance advises against turbines on steep slopes as they often appear unstable. As described above, several other Kintradwell turbines are located on sloping ground. In particular, I consider that turbines 1, 2, 4, 8, 15 may appear unstable due to the slopes on which they are located. To answer this, I think it'd be useful to have in front of you, if so, if you could get in front of you, CD 1.3, figure 1.2. Yeah, I'm going to check this one myself. If you go to the figures in CD 1.3, you got 1.2? Yep, good. You got it quicker than I did. It's in the first section, yep. Using figure 1.2, Ms. Horn, I want you to address what Michelle Bolger says. First of all, what are the key factors that you would look at when addressing this point?
Yes. Well, I'm not sure if your copy is very clear, sir. The contours, if we look at the contours on this figure, we can see that turbines generally are placed on areas where the contours are more spaced, so the land is more gently sloping. The turbines to which Ms. Bolger refers, T1, we can see is actually on the broad hill at the northern end of the site. T2.
It's just taking them one by one, please, slowly.
Okay.
In order to look at relevant views of T1, which viewpoints would the reporter need to go to?
So we can see T1 is located, can be seen on viewpoints 5, 6 and 7.
5, 6 and 7, okay. That's...
Would you like me to go there?
No, I don't think we need to go there, it's just by reference, but you've told us where it's located. I mean, do you agree with what Michelle Bolger says in terms of T1?
No, I don't. You can't see the base. It's located on a rounded top to the north side of the most northerly hill within the site. There are very few locations in proximity to that turbine where you would see the base and appreciate any sense that it would be sliding or toppling or appear unstable, as Ms. Bolger suggests.
Mm-hmm. Go on to T2.
T2, again, by looking at the contours, we can see they're well spaced. It's on more gradually sloping land to the southwest, and it would be seen in viewpoint 8, 9 and 10.
T4.
Again, T4 is south-facing slope, and it's quite internal to the array, so its base would be very well obscured from locations other than very, very close to it. And in fact, I don't have a note for which viewpoints.
Never mind. T8.
You can see it from. T8 is on the shoulder of Col Ben to the southwesterly part of the site. Again, this is a more steadily rising landform. We can see from the contours. North-facing slope, again, away from many of the viewpoints. We would see potentially, it features within views from location 5 and 6, which is to the north.
And T15?
So T15, most easterly of the turbines. Again, it's on a east-northeasterly facing slope, and from where the only viewpoints where you would see T15 is viewpoint 4.
So your overall response to Michelle Bolger's point about these turbines appearing unstable due to the slopes on which they are located is what?
I don't believe that there are locations from where you would see these turbines, that you would see the base of them, or that you would appreciate that the terrain upon which they're located is so steeply sloping that you would have any perception of them appearing to slide or be unstable or topple at all.
Very well. Thank you very much. We're going to go to one small point. Ms. Horn, on page 18, please, for the notes of your prompt notes. Page 18 of your prompt notes. There's one point I wanted to take up in relation to Michelle Bolger at 4.4, paragraph 4.4. So, is it Michelle Bolger? My apologies. Let me just check. No, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Whelan again. I'm so sorry. At 4.4 on page 12, in the first bullet, he's talking about viewpoints 11 and 12. I'm going to focus on viewpoint 11. And he talks about views out to sea towards Murray West. Now, we can look at this by going to CD 116 again, please. The one where you had figure 322, that same volume. But within it, earlier on, I'm looking at, it hasn't got page numbers, but it's under the heading of cumulative update figures. So when you get to CD 116, you'll get some text, and then you'll get some cumulative update figures. And as you work through those, you come to some wire lines, 360-degree wire lines. Right. And if you go to the one for viewpoint 11, please, Ben Horn. What I want you to tell me, Ms. Horn, is your experience of standing at this viewpoint and looking out to sea, and what you saw, not on Murray West, it's not yet built, but we can tell where Beatrice is by reference to Murray West. What you saw of the Beatrice offshore wind farm, how noticeable was it?
Well, I saw it, I could see it. I think perhaps I'm somewhat predisposed to have been paying attention and looking for it. I was with a colleague of mine who hadn't noticed it at all, and she couldn't see it even when I tried desperately to explain to her where it was in the landscape.
Would you say that the Beatrice, we don't know about Murray West yet, would you say the Beatrice, are you conscious of Beatrice when you're standing at that viewpoint?
Certainly not. From the top of Ben Horn, from the cairn, which is to the westerly side, slightly away from where the viewpoint location is. You have 360-degree views that extend some considerable distance out across the Murray Firth, to the south to Ben Weavis, out to the west. You can see an awful long way. Hence, I did see the offshore turbines, but they were a very discrete element of a very wide panorama.
All right. My final point takes us to paragraph 3 in Michelle Bolger's inquiry report, and it is her inquiry report this time, on internal page 27, at paragraph 635. So would you also please get out, for the purposes of this exercise, CD 13, the figures again, and sorry, I'm terribly sorry, it's CD 113, I think you're correct. Is that where you want to go?
It's
The Highland Council visualisation, CD 113. Now, in this paragraph, Michelle Bolger is talking about the variation between the base height of two of the turbines, 150 metres between the base, a variation of nearly 150 metres between the base height of the lowest turbine, KT14, and the highest, which is turbine 1. And I would assume this is a negative point she's making about the development, but I think you wanted to address what she said by reference to these two turbines and using the Highland Council visualisations. Which viewpoint do you want us to go to first?
So, having reviewed those viewpoints from where turbines T1 and T14 both are visible, the first location to go to would be viewpoint 2.
I assume to the wire line?
Yes, I think the wire line is probably most helpful to see the difference between their respective locations.
Okay.
Okay. So we can see that actually T1, which is near the centre of the array, and T14 don't in any way appear particularly disparate in their elevation.
Noting, I think I can lead to this extent, we can't see their bases.
No, indeed, we cannot see much of their tower at all either.
Okay, next viewpoint.
Viewpoint 4.
Yep. Again, the wire line.
Now this is from Benderain, sorry.
Yep.
Now, to the right of the view, we do have turbine 1, which is, as Ms Bolger points out, the more elevated of the turbines, and towards the left-hand side of the view you have turbine 14. However, broadly speaking, they're not so disparate in elevation that it's particularly apparent.
Okay, next viewpoint. I want to get through this fairly swiftly. Yep.
7.
So viewpoint 7, the wire line again.
Again, I don't see there being a material difference between the perception of the elevation of those turbines when you consider them set within the wider array.
Very well. I think 11 is your next one.
Yes.
Yep. So this is back
Point
to
11.
Ben Horn. Yep. Okay.
Again, so you have the blade tip of T14 is just visible above Col Ben, and the relationship with T1 is...
In fair, I guess you can see there that T1 is probably at a higher elevation. You'd say that was very noticeable or not?
No, it's relative to other turbines against which it would be seen comparably.
Okay. Viewpoint 14. I think that'll do us. We won't go any further beyond this one. What distance is this, for heaven's sake? It's 24 kilometres nearly.
3.5. So, again, at this distance, any difference in elevation between those, the lowest and the most elevated turbines, is unappreciable.
Thank you, Ms. Horn, very much. If you'd like to stay there may be some questions for you.
I wouldn't necessarily put everything away again, because I'm probably going to deal with these supplementary questions, or some of them, first.
Right.
Indeed, I might deal with that last one, as it's fresh in everyone's mind. So I think you need the Highland Council visualisations, which are and Ms. Bolger's evidence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay.
So good afternoon, Ms. Horn. Could we? You were taken to 6.3.5, I think it was, of Michelle Bolger's evidence, on your last point, which is that's in CD 13.12, little 1, and it's on page 27. And she says that the existing skyline is a simple one over moorland and hills. Presumably you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the turbines would be of variable height and spacing, and that's correct as well, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And there is a variation of nearly 150 metres between the base height of the lowest turbine and the highest one, and again that's accurate.
That is correct. 132 metres.
And she says there would be blade tips intermittently breaking the skyline. That will depend upon which viewpoint you are, and she gives an example of viewpoint 2. So, shall we have a look at viewpoint 2, which is Lower Brora. And if we go to the wireline, one can indeed see there are a variety of turbines which you see with blade tips intermittently breaking the skyline from there. just reading from left to right, 7 and 5, 6, 2 and 14 would all be just have, and I think 4 would all have blade tips. You wouldn't see the hubs, you'd just see the blade tips.
You might barely see the blade tip of turbine 4, but there are some that would be passing on the skyliners.
And we can see that's at a distance of 8 kilometres, and it would depend upon the visibility conditions as to what you would see against the photographic sky in the picture above. You indeed might struggle to pick them out, and other skies you might not. Before we move away from viewpoint 2, you took us earlier to West Garty viewpoint, which I think was viewpoint 7. So just so we don't have to come back to it, they're not exactly in the same place, but they're not far off it. Is that correct?
Yes, they're in the same local area of Brora.
And what I had you recorded as saying in respect of West Garty viewpoint 7, this was under your third point, was that Kintradwell would not appear in the view, and that was by reference to a particular view that Miss Hayward was describing her West Garty decision. But you would see West Garty, you would see Kintradwell, well, you can clearly see Kintradwell from viewpoint 2 of the Kintradwell viewpoint locations, and you would quite as clearly see it from viewpoint 7 of the West Garty viewpoint location.
You would see the proposed Kintradwell turbines. However, the distinction is the location of the landscape from where they would be seen.
I understand that, but you would see them quite clearly, wouldn't you?
You would see them against the settlement in the intermediary landscape.
Yes, so which is what the photographs at viewpoint 2 say. You see them over the roofs of houses. But there are other differences. The Kintradwell turbines are taller, aren't they, than the proposed West Garty?
Yes, they are.
And they'd also be significantly closer?
They would be closer.
Well, significantly at viewpoint 2 from, just get my distances correct, that it would be 8 kilometres to Kintradwell and 10.7 kilometres to West Garty. So 2.5 kilometres further to West Garty from that viewpoint.
Yes, that is the case.
So the turbines would be not only be larger, but if you were to carry out a comparative exercise, which is the exercise you appear to be engaged in for a short while anyway, the turbines would be bigger, not only because they are bigger, but because they're closer.
I would agree with the fact that the proposed turbines are bigger. However, they are located in a distinctly different part of the landscape, which does have some common characteristics. They are in a different angle of view from that which Ms Hayward was concerned in West Garty, and we can clearly see that the West Garty turbines are on the horizon across the Murray Firth, across the water, and to which the attention is drawn, in particular, sir, in the village trail, which takes you down to this location, and also to a location close to the golf club, the car park, and from where the Kintradwell turbines wouldn't be visible, and the views towards the Ord of Caithness across Murray Firth are emphasised, looking along the golf course, the first hole tee, and the initial parts of Brora Beach. Kintradwell is an entirely different direction of view. And I noticed when I've walked through the area, sir, that it is not the background hills upon which Kintradwell is located. That is the emphasis. I notice that there are benches along the foreshore, and they are oriented either with a entirely sea view directly out to sea, or they are oriented towards the location of the Westgarty proposals.
Well, you seem to have moved slightly away from viewpoint 2 or 7, but I'd suggest to you that in both cases what you're seeing are turbines breaking a very prominent skyline. Just the skyline is, you've just had to rotate a bit, but it's the same skyline that you're seeing, and they're not completely different or substantially different directions. If one is looking vaguely north, perhaps slightly northwest, the other is looking north-northeast. One can see them in the view sheds from the start of the photographs. The impression from somebody at Kintradwell viewpoint 2 is going to be of turbines on a prominent skyline, which are currently, as you've agreed, simple. That's correct, isn't it? That's the impression you're going to get. The overwhelming impression of those turbines is breaking a prominent, simple skyline.
I disagree with the characteristics and the experience of receptors looking in each respective direction towards either the Kintradwell turbines or the location of the former Westgarty proposals. Yeah. What you see in either direction is different. The emphasis of the view is different. And that is what Ms Hayward was concerned with when she was considering the proposals at Westgarty. And the location of the proposed turbines at Kintradwell, as you can see, is set behind the settlement from viewpoint 2, which is actually slightly more elevated and slightly closer to actually obtain the best open aspect towards the Kintradwell proposals.
Of course, I'm not suggesting they're identical. I'm sorry, I'm getting interrupted. I haven't suggested to you they're identical. I've suggested the impact of the turbines on the simple skyline is going to be very similar between the two. They're in different locations. Cool. Of course they are. But I've got that you disagree. Is there anything else you want to add at this stage?
Yes, if I may.
Cool.
I note the reference that Ms Bolger made in relation to the appearance of sliding or being unstable from being located on sloping terrain, and that is another key difference between how Kintradwell proposals to which you're referring here would be seen. They would be seen along a moorland, rolling expanse of hills, but in a relatively level, set behind the hills, so they would not appear as if they are in the landscape in where you are viewing them from. And contrary to that, the Westgarty proposals, as we can see by reference to the viewpoint 7, they start to the left and they recede towards the rocky outcrop of the Ord of Caithness, which is part of the attraction of that particular view. And so I do disagree that whilst the turbines would be visible, Kintradwell turbines would be visible from location 2, that is clear. The Westgarty proposals would have been visible from a nearby location, but the context across which the respective proposals would be seen as entirely different.
Well, yes, which wasn't the point I was asking about, but I've accepted that one you're looking over dwellings and the other one you're looking over water. It just happens to be that's where the viewpoint is, because the proposals are in different locations. The context will be different because of they're in different locations in that sense. But, well, I've made my point. I'm not going to spend more time on that. It's just to pick up your point from viewpoint 7, so you didn't need to come back to it. Coming back to the point you were making about the difference in height, if you go to viewpoint 4, and if I understood your evidence correctly, you haven't actually been up Ben Doran. Is that correct? You were saying that by reference to the wireline, that turbine 1 and turbine 14, you don't notice a significant difference in height. But if you turn over to the next page, which is the 50 mil focal length, so bearing in mind this isn't showing the full width, I think that's probably turbine 14 on the second from the left and turbine 1 on the right. I'd suggest to you would be immediately aware of a significant difference in height between the two. First of all, can we agree the orientation? On the right-hand side of the 50 mil focal length, 50 mm focal length, there are 3 turbines on the right-hand side, which correspond to turbines 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, on the right-hand side.
And then on the left-hand side you have 2 turbines, which I'd suggest to you correspond to turbines 13 and 14.
No, actually the turbine 14 is the third turbine in on the left.
That's the... So if we start with the 2 turbines that are stacked, and I'm just using that to identify them, I'm not making criticism for this purpose, which are turbines 9 and 10. Do you see turbines 9 and 10? Which, yeah. And then to the left of that you have an 11 and 12, and surely to the left of that you have 13 and 14.
14, then 13. 14
and then 13, sorry, yes. So that turbine 14 is second from the left, which is what I was putting.
No, it's third from the left. Is it?
On looking at the Highland Council visualisation, yes, top site, crop site, turbine 15. Yes, but 13 and 14. It's third from the left on the wire line. On the 50 mil photograph, you can't see turbine 15.
Are you looking at
so I'm looking
the
at
39.6 degree?
No, I'm looking at the 50 millimetre, because it suggests to you it has turbine 1 on the right and turbine 14 second from the left. Or if you look at the, by all means, look at the
let me just clarify. I think actually you're looking at photomontage 39.6 degrees.
That's just something.
Which
yes,
is the full
absolutely.
image.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I've used the focal length, which is 50.
Mil, yeah.
Turbine 14 is second from the left, is it not?
Yes.
Got that.
Sorry.
Right. Sorry. It was meant to be a short point, it's turned into a rather long one. But I suggest to you that the significant disparity in height between the base of turbine 1 and the base of turbine 14 would be immediately obvious.
I do apologise. I think actually that would be the case in this instance. However, in terms of the relationship between each of the turbines as you look across the array. They would relate to each other from right to left.
Thank you. You then took us to viewpoint 7, and if we just go to the wireline, I'm struggling to make out turbine 14. I think turbine 14 doesn't even appear on this viewpoint. You have 6, 10 and 14. 6 is, you see the hub, 10 you see a blade, and 14 is pretty nearly disappeared behind the hill, has it not?
Yes, that's right.
Is the disparity in the height between turbine and 1 and turbine 14, not that you would necessarily pick up turbine 14 on that, but other turbines, clearly evident from that viewpoint?
Other turbines are clearly evident from that viewpoint, and they also relate to the elevation of turbine 1. If you look at turbine 1 in comparison with turbine 8, for instance, they would appear to be relatively close in elevation to each other,
they are, which they are, yes.
From this view, along with turbine 5 and
But the reason
6.
you were taken here, as I understand it, was to suggest that the disparity in height between turbine 1 and turbine 14 would not be apparent. I'm just suggesting to just concentrate on that small little matter, which was obviously not that small because it was one of your last question in chief. It would have been apparent from this viewpoint. And then I think we need to go to viewpoint 14. Now, as Mr. Trinick pointed out, viewpoint 14 is some distance away. I'm not going to go there. So that was I'll come back to the disparity of height in due course, but I'd suggest to you that Miss Bolger's 6.3.5 is entirely accurate.
We can see that there are a number of turbines which would have blades appearing above the landform from a number of locations, and there are also turbines which you would see part of the tower, hub and blades of those turbines, and they would appear comparable to each other. The benefit of a disparate or a difference in elevation is resulting of the fact that the proposals have been designed around the terrain upon which they are located. And I would like, if I may, sir, to direct you to the siting of designing wind farms.
Ms. Horn,
Which is
you're
CD
expanding the
73.
question out significantly. I've asked you, the question was 6.3.5 entirely accurate? Now, can I have an answer to that question?
I think I've calculated that the difference in elevation between them is 132 metres.
132, you think it's 132, so, right, well that is something we can have a look at. I think just give you a moment to find the most appropriate. think we can agree it's not it's 132. And if you just say so that for your reference, if you go to Ms Bolger's figure 4, so that's MB4 and 13.12, there's no need to turn it up. She's given the heights of the highest and lowest Kintradwell turbines, and it's 405 for KT14 and 537 for KT1. So the difference between the two would be 132, which is, I think, the figure you've just given me. Is that correct? Good. So she says it's a variation of nearly 150 metres. So with understanding that nearly 150 metres is a variation of 132 metres, if one is being precise, is otherwise her paragraph 6.3.5 accurate? Thank you. Now,
actually like to mention that if we calculate perhaps the difference in elevation from the other wind development that Ms Bolger has in her document 1, the figure.
Yeah, if you go to MB4, she's given also the difference between Gordon Bush and Gordon Bush extension and Kilbrowre extension. And there are significant differences in height between the highest and lowest there.
Yes, I believe one's 186 metres difference between them.
But context is all, is it not, Ms Horn? It's where you appreciate and how much you would appreciate the difference. And you've just accepted that you would clearly appreciate it from, amongst other places, Ben Doran.
To be fair, she appreciated it from Ben Horn.
So it was Ben Doran.
Ben Doran even, but not amongst other places.
Okay. Well, you've accepted you would appreciate that from Ben Doran, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. That's all I want to ask you about your last point in your evidence in chief. Your second last point related to viewpoint 11, I think, where you were discussing whether you could see Beatrice wind farm from. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you could turn to CD 118. This is, I understand, this is viewpoint and viewpoint 11. CD 118 is viewpoint 11 and figures A and B. This is just a technical query. A gives you Gordon Bush Extension, Kintradwell and Murray West. But the next, when you go to the right, it doesn't show Beatrice. My question to you was, is there a cumulative which shows both Murray West and Beatrice?
No, there isn't. And the reason for that is because Beatrice and Murray West are beyond the 35-kilometre cut-off for the cumulative assessment, as was undertaken in accordance with the Highland Council and Mountaineering Scotland's requests. I would add Murray West was added into this suite of 4 cumulative wire lines recently this year at the request of the parties earlier on, I think, in the proceedings to the inquiry.
Yeah, but Beatrice, so there's the answer to my question, there's nothing that shows Beatrice as well. And is Beatrice further or closer than Murray West?
If we turn the page back to figure 3.1.3, we can locate them. Sorry, in the same document that you were just...
CD 118. I'm looking at.
No, 116.
116. Right here. Well, that's... Yeah. Figure AI figure 3.1.3, 3.1.3.
Yes.
Murray West sits closer than Beatrice, does it?
Yes.
Right, well, I can take instructions on that, thank you. You made your sixth point was to make some points about unstable turbines. Not going to ask you about that. Your fifth point was to point out that Mr. Whelan had suggested there was visibility from 6.5 kilometres of track, and there's clearly an inaccuracy there, and I'll investigate that. No, that's fine at the moment. I can do that. Can we come back to, you were asked about Michelle Bolger's evidence, and in your third question, and by reference to her extracts from Karen Hayward's opinion at Westgarty, so that's CD 13.12 little 3. And it was paragraph 3.1.92, which appears on page 18 of that evidence. And she was describing the impact on the, Miss Bolger's comment was describing the impact on the outward 9 holes of Brora golf course. Golf club is in fact the word she uses, but that's what she's describing. But in response to that, you took us to viewpoint 2 or 7, 2 Kintradwell 7 Westgarty. In terms of the views from the golf course, if we go to CD 116, I think it's 116. Sorry, it's 117. We have the corrected wire lines from the golf course. Which read from north, I think, yeah, if you're having trouble finding it, by all means let someone assist you. A being furthest north and C being further south, but not by the first hole. What you've provided for these wire lines, these are in accordance with Highland Council's visualisation standards, as I understand it.
Yes.
And so you've provided 3 fields of view, a 65.5, a 39.6 and a 27. And the 27 accords with the 75mm photomontages. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And are we in agreement that in terms of the closest to what you will see in the field, the 75mm photomontages, 27 degree exposure is the closest to what you will experience in the field?
No, it's the middle.
Well, then we're not in agreement, because Highland Council's visualisation standards, which we can go to if necessary, suggest that what you see in the field is a 75mm photomontage level. Are you suggesting that you disagree with that?
I would want to just check the...
Well, absolutely. Why don't we're going to be, I'm afraid, going overnight, so why don't you check that overnight, because I hope we don't have to go down that route. But just for my purposes at the moment, if you were heading down Bora Golf Course, we'll park that one, but if you're heading down Bora Golf Course and you eventually get to location C on your first 9 holes, I think you go out on the seaward side and come back on the landward side, you're going to see the hubs or tips of all 15 turbines at location C, aren't you? Whichever exposure you use.
At location C,
Yep. And that's at a distance.
there are 11.
11. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, we missed 2, 3 and 4 and 5. Sorry, my mistake, and thank you for correcting me. You see 11 at a distance of 6.7 kilometres. And then in terms of, have you walked the golf course, the 9 holes?
Yes, I have.
And it's fair to say, if you walk the 9 outward holes and then obviously the 9 back, both of them are pretty well going to be behind you. Westgarty would be almost direct. You'd be facing directly at Westgarty if you're paying out, depending on the holes do zigzag a bit. But Westgarty would be in your direction of travel, almost in your eye line, whereas Kintradwell will be slightly off to your left. But, sorry, Kintradwell will be slightly off to your left, Westgarty would be almost straight ahead.
No, actually, the view across the Murray Firth towards Westgarty would be to your right.
You think? Okay.
Slightly, as you're going on the first 9 holes of the golf course, walking north, essentially.
It's going to be more. The only point I'm seeking to make is it's going to be more. I'm putting to you a point in your favour that Westgarty would be more central in your view than Kintradwell, which would appear slightly off to your left.
Kintradwell will be to the left. Sorry,
yeah.
I thought you had said Westgarty.
No, Kintradwell would be off to the left. But again, in both cases, as we can see from these wire lines, the Kintradwell turbines would be clearly breaking over an extended distance, hitherto simple moorland skyline. Would it not? Would they not?
They would appear behind those hills, as you've described, on the moorland, the simple moorland landform. Some would appear behind the hills, and some, such as turbine 13, would appear. You won't see turbine 13 to base, but you'll see a significant extent of turbine 13, won't you? You see slightly more of turbine 13 than you do of other turbines, but you don't see the full tower. And I would say that the turbines, when you look at the site location plan figure 1.2, show that they are actually on the northward side of these hills. And if I may, I would like to direct you to a figure in my inquiry report, which is the appendix, which is the A3 document, if you have that to hand.
Which appendix are you going to?
It's CD 11.2. 1, and it's Appendix A3.2.
Yep.
This is the Kintradwell wind farm and refused wind farms on topographical base.
That's correct.
This is in
1. A3. Next one, I think. A3.2. Yes.
Yeah.
So if I may, just in reference to the way that the Kintradwell turbines would appear, we can see from reference to this figure the relationship with the hills as they rise from the lower land at the coast. And we see the position of the Kintradwell turbines in red within the red line boundary. And we can see that they are quite well set back. They're
I know that's
4
case.
points. They extend between approximately 4 and 7 kilometres from the coast. So we can see, although I admit it's very small on the printed version, a series of small black dots which extend to the right, and they represent the previously refused developments, including West Scarty, to which we've been discussing. And we can see that those sit a lot closer to the coast. And you can see from the terrain shading on this figure the nature and the more gently rising terrain from the coast. And we've got the viewpoint locations on there. I would suggest that viewpoint 2 is a good one to look at, which is slightly south of the golf course.
Yeah, we've already been there. But I was asking about KT13, and we know KT13 from the golf course will sit behind a summit which we have a spot height. If you look at Michel Bolger's figure 2, which is what I'm working off, but so that's 13.12 little 2, the spot height is 457. Any site, any plan with the turbines on it on an ordnance survey base will show that. And from Michel Bolger's figure 4, we know that KT13 base is at a height of 449, so it's 8 metres below that spot height. So it's on that 457 is certainly a prominent rise, and KT13 sits almost on the top of it.
It's on the upper side of the northern slope of that unnamed rolling hill.
Yeah, well, I think I've made my point about the views from the golf course. We won't have to come back to that. And lastly, you told us about the site visits you've undertaken. this is the last point on your additional questions. Have you actually walked up Glen Sletdale?
Glen Sletdale?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
But yet you felt able to make a comparison between, or comment on Michel Bolger's evidence on the impact on Glen Sletdale as opposed to Glen Loth?
Yes.
And the viewpoints that you've visited, you've now visited, I think, all the, if I can call it, the contentious viewpoints. But when you had written your report and did your precognition, which of the viewpoints had you not visited at that stage?
I think it's clear by reference to my inquiry report where I had been at the time that I wrote my inquiry report,
and
which is paragraph 111. I can explain to you which locations I've more recently been to.
No, that's fine, but is that the same as at the time of your precognition as well? Sorry, I didn't focus my question. You set out in your inquiry report fairly which viewpoints you'd been to and which you hadn't been to. Is that the same as the time you wrote your precognition?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr Finlay, it's just gone 3:45. I just wondered if now might be an appropriate time to have a short break.
It would indeed. Absolutely, sir.
Okay, let's break for 10 minutes. Actually, perhaps come back at 4 o'clock, just over 10 minutes. That would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, and if we go to chapter 3 and paragraph 3.3.3, third bullet point, there was a constraints and opportunities review. It says that the applicant undertook a constraints and opportunities review to determine the most appropriate location. Do you see that?
Yes, I can.
And then there are a number of things. And the third item is international, national and local designated sites.
Yes.
Now, the site falls within a SLA, and that would be a local designation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
If we turn to the figure that accompanies that, which is figure 3.1, which I think is a separate electronic document, but in the hard copy it probably follows immediately. This is the combined constraints and infrastructure layout. I'll wait until you've got there.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, would you mind?
Yes, it's figure 3.1 we're looking for in the EIA, and it's one of those figures that I think was embedded within the document itself. So electronically, I have it as a separate electronic entry on the pen drive.
I think I have it here. I think it's number 7, design evolution figures.
Well, the question about it is, this, as I understand it, is meant to show the constraints, and there's no indication of the SLA on this drawing, is there, on this figure?
No, there is not.
And if we turn back to chapter 3 of the EIAR, there's no reference to the SLA within it.
I don't recollect there being reference to the SLA.
And The point is that you tell us in your evidence that Pegasus were involved, and we know you've taken over from Mr Denny, but Pegasus were involved, I think, in June 2019, by which time the site had been chosen and the first layouts had come on board.
That's correct, yes. I've set that out in my inquiry report.
Yep. And so it would appear, as far as one can tell, that the site was chosen and the initial iterations chosen without any regard to the fact that it fell within a special landscape area.
I'm afraid I can't, I don't have first-hand experience of how the site was selected, the process that occurred before Pegasus was appointed in June 2019. To my mind, it would, given the recent decision for Westgarty, which was only 2018, I'm sure that Res would have had in mind the understanding that this landscape was one which was close to the location of Westgarty.
You would hope so, but there's no mention of Westgarty in Chapter 3 either, is there?
No, there isn't.
Or even in Chapter 6, which is the landscape and visual chapter.
No, there isn't. However, I do know from my discussions with Mr Denny and the people in the design team that it was a factor that was discussed. There was an awareness of facts.
You tell us that in your evidence, and we'll take it in turn. But you've accepted there's no mention there, and you've accepted the purpose of the EIA. If you go to 2.8 of your report, now this is you giving evidence on design evolution, and I understand that this section of your report is written to give a timeline. It's 2.8 comes earlier on, and we see that Pegasus' involvement doesn't come till 2.11. But you tell us in 2.8 that regard was had to Westgarty, but there's no indication of that by the applicant. There's no indication of that in 3.1, or if regard was had to Westgarty, how regard was had to Westgarty.
No, however, I'm aware that there was correspondence and conversations that were had between Res and Mr Denny.
Well, Mr Denny's not involved by this stage, as I understand it.
At the point at which Pegasus were engaged, running up to June 2019, there were conversations that asked Mr Denny to consider the
Westgarty decision. Absolutely.
Decision.
Well, you say that in 2.12, and so that we can see that Mr Denny was, when he visited the local area, and he was asked to consider various things, including the Westgarty refusal. But what I'm asking you is, prior to that time, in the site location and the site choice and the initial layout locations, there's no indication anywhere that Westgarty was. There's no document that you can point to that shows that Westgarty was taken into account.
I'm afraid I wasn't involved at that time. However, it would seem to me that as there's been a propensity over a long period of time for wind proposals in this local area, that it might not be unusual that developers might look to other locations that had similar characteristics, potentially.
Absolutely. And if they were going to try and design something different, that's the sort of thing you might expect to see in the EIA.
I think really
given a location, my apologies, given a location with similar characteristics, as you indicate.
The development I can't speak for the early process, but I can say that from looking at the location of the proposed development in relation to those earlier proposals, that it has been cited being cognizant both of the location of West Garty and earlier proposals, as well as other existing operational and proposed developments which were in proximity to it, are in proximity to it, and now operating fully.
So, so you don't know one way or the other before Mr. Denny's involvement, save that in his initial request to be involved, he was asked to consider West Garty, whether West Garty was considered, or if, more importantly, how it was taken into account.
No, I wasn't party to that.
And then we get to 212, and Mr. Denny is involved, and I think he writes Chapter 6, doesn't he, of the EIA, which is the landscape chapter.
He was working. He was a lead.
He's the lead.
He's the lead
consultant
in.
Yeah. I'm not going to suggest he wrote every word of it, but there's nothing in Chapter 6 which tells us how West Garty was taken into account. The explanation about how West Garty was taken into account, you say, comes first time in your evidence, doesn't it?
What I would say is that.
Can you answer the question? Is that correct? And then, if you're going to provide an explanation, provide the explanation.
Okay.
I'll remind you of the question. Does the first time explanation of how West Garty was taken into account in design come in your evidence?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now let's have your explanation.
Thank you. However, I would say that the LVIA, its purpose is to look at a proposal and prepare an assessment of the effects of said proposal. How it has arrived was not part of the preparation of that chapter.
That's the point of Chapter 3, isn't it? Did Mr. Denny have any input into Chapter 3?
I'm not aware of his involvement in other elements of the preparation of the EIR.
In 217, you provide evidence of the most southerly remaining turbines being taken out, and to make sense of 217, as I understand it, you need to look at you need to look at the Chapter 3 of the EIAR, which, and I understand it's Plate 3, which follows paragraph 3.6.16, because that gives you the application of the 17 turbine layout and the location of the 15 turbine layout. One superimposed on the other.
Yes, that's right. Plate 3.3.
The two turbines that were removed if we can be located by, if you start with the summit of Corben, turbine 8 in blue is almost immediately to the north of that, and there's a turbine in green to the right of that which was removed. And then if you go north of that turbine, so north of the spot height 505, there's a turbine with which was turbine T15, I think, in green writing. And that turbine's been removed. Otherwise, the turbines were more or less in the same location that between both layouts with minor differences. Is that a fair description?
Yes, I would say that is fair.
But it doesn't seem to me that corresponds with your description in paragraph 217 of the most southerly remaining turbines bringing a disproportionate amount of potential impact should be deleted, reading short. It seems that the southerly turbines, which are, there's a row of 4, only one of them was deleted.
The paragraph 2.17 in my IR refers to the preceding layout and the transition from the earlier 22 turbine scoping layout to what was then the 17 turbine proposed layout.
Well, I thought we'd established we were looking at the right plate beforehand, but if you say we weren't, so be it. So to understand 217, we should be looking at plate 3.2, should we?
Plate 3.2 shows the 22 turbine layout, and you can see there are 3 turbines at the very southerly point, just on Coal Ben, and it's that layout that had turbines removed from the southerly edge and set further back, and then moving towards the 17 turbine layout in plate 3.3.
Yes, I can certainly see that the 3 turbines near Coal Ben were removed on the, if you like, on the left-hand side of the plate, and 1 turbine in front of the 457 hill was removed on the right side of the plate. But in the finalised layout, there is still a row of turbines, as we were looking at in plate 3.3, running east-west across the site, with turbine 13 in particular sitting nearly on top of the 457 spot height.
Indeed, they do run east-west in a relative line, albeit that one of the turbines is omitted, the second from the left, and that some of them have moved slightly in that layout. However, it's a distinct difference between that of the scoping layout which preceded it, where the key difference was that some of those turbines...
The coastal hills there arise fairly sharply from the coast to 2 lower summits where the spot heights are 312 and 297, and then continue to rise towards the spot height 457, and then the highest hills, in fact the highest height in that general vicinity is in fact the hill upon which KT1 is broadly located, the spot height 545.
That's correct, and indeed you're correct in noting that there is a first row of hills that you come across as the land rises from...
There was at Westgarty too.
Close to the A9.
There was at Westgarty too, wasn't there?
No.
Kilgour Hill sat between the coast and the turbines.
Westgarty 2, if we went back to my figure A.3.2, shows that the hills are in fact more steeply and acutely rising up to the location of the Westgarty proposals, whereas the Kintradwell site is set not on that first row of hills, which you can see from viewpoints 3. It's set back behind Colben, which is the tier of hills further inland, away from the coast, and some distance from the settlements to the south.
Well, again, looking at MB2, there's a line of turbines along effectively what forms the ridge from Colben to the 545 spot height, isn't there? Which is if you're looking for the skyline, as you're looking from the coast, that is the highest part of the skyline, is it not, that ridge line? From Colben, if you've got Colben 538 to KT1, which is on 545, the turbine's 8, 7, 6, 5, perhaps 3 slightly off and 2. It splits to the spot height 511, but they run along effectively. KT8 is below the summit of Colben by 20 or 30 metres, perhaps slightly more, and then they run along the skyline, the ridge line there, don't they?
Not that you would perceive from Bora, from the south. They're running in a northerly direction away from you, and they have the effect of actually receding more into the hinterland inland than you perceive them to be located along the top of the hills.
Well,
on the coast. Those turbines to which you're locating between T1 and T8, you do not perceive those turbines as a linear array from Brora.
No, well, come back to the Brora viewpoint again in due course. It obviously depends where you perceive them. If you're looking straight up the line, it'd be difficult to see them. We're looking at a map view here. The turbines you'll see from Brora are the ones that run KT8, KT11, KT13 and KT15 with the 2 behind them. Those are the ones that are the most prominent from Brora, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Right, I think just one question. You've got at paragraph 228. Yes. You end it by saying it was considered by the design team that the proposals achieved a balance where the form and layout of turbines was appropriate to this site and its location. Surely the question that really needs to be asked is whether this site, due to its location, is appropriate for this wind farm.
That is a very good question, and one which actually I can say is appropriate for this wind development. It's taken due regard of the decision in the West Garty, and it's considered the existing operational wind development to which is in relative proximity and within which it would be seen from a number of viewpoints.
Well, we can agree to disagree about that, but in terms of what the EIAR tells us about that and the regard that was had to the SLA in terms of choosing the site and the initial design process, it doesn't tell us anything, does it?
There are a number of factors that contribute to the selection of a site for wind development. Consideration of other existing wind developments, which is in the area. As we know, there is existing wind development located in the area, in fact, in the same character area as the proposed Kintradwell development. And that amongst an array of other things, as is shown on the EIF figure 3.1, is part of a wide range of factors that are considered in the siting of a wind scheme.
Absolutely. And we've been through figure 3.1. Can I turn now to the last chapter, probably for this afternoon? I want to look at siting and design, which is CD 7.3. And instead of coming back to it again and again, I want to try and take the references in CD 7.3 in one go. Yes. If we go first to paragraph 114, just some criticism, I think, in your report in this document, just to understand what SNH, as they then were trying to do. The end of paragraph 14, one can see that, albeit it's 2017, this document emanating from earlier versions, says that the last sentence, more wind farms will be needed to meet renewable energy targets, and the challenge is to make sure that they are sited and designed well in the landscape most suited to this form of development. So it's not seeking to resist wind farms, it's seeking to ensure that more wind farms can be appropriately designed. That's the thrust of the document, isn't it?
Yes, I would say that it is, and indeed, if you look at the following sentence, the following paragraph 1.15,
they're looking to maximise development.
It describes that they should be sited and designed so adverse effects on landscape and visual amenity are minimised. And if we look at the conclusions of the LVIA, which have been summarised graphically on my appendix A4, we can see that.
Ms. Horn, I know you've made comment in your report about minimising impacts, and it doesn't mean what it necessarily says. You've criticised SNH for that. I'm not asking you to repeat in cross-examination all the contents of your report. We're going to be here an awfully long time if that's what you continue to do. I'm simply looking at this stage to try and identify with you the thrust of this document. And you've agreed with me about 114, and the second sentence of 115 goes on to say that if wind farms are sited and designed well, the capacity to incorporate this type of development is maximised. And again, that's consistent of trying to maximise the capacity, is it not? The thrust of the document is trying to encourage wind farms in the right places, but
it's providing guidance to people involved and companies involved in developing wind schemes to understand the landscape in which those developments are located and understand ways in which they might arrive at a design that would be appropriate and reflective for that landscape. And indeed, siting and designing wind farms acknowledges that there would be no one approach that would be the same for every landscape, and every landscape needs to be treated in an appropriate, have an appropriate design response. In this instance, there is a difference between, a subtle difference between the landscape of the Kintradwell site, where we have rolling hills.
Miss Wynne, you're giving us your whole case
elevations-
again. Really, you can spend all afternoon and all tomorrow telling us what your case is, but I'm trying to ask you specific questions about elements of this document before we get to the meat of it. Perhaps you just humour me for a while without giving us your full case. I'm just trying to identify the factors that this document identifies maybe of relevance in maximising, to use its words, wind farm development, before going on to look at the viewpoints, which we'll do tomorrow morning. At 216, on page 9 of the internal document, electronic page 10, turbine size is also a key issue in upland landscapes, where they are viewed against or from landscapes of a more intricate scale and pattern. Now, where this wind farm sits, if you're viewing it from the west, broadly, or north-west, you're going to be viewing it from an upland landscape, which is large scale. But if you're viewing it from Brora, say, you're going to be viewing it from a land scale which is of more intricate scale and pattern, aren't you?
Yes, the landscape around Brora has a different characteristic to that of the Kintradwell sites.
And it's more intricate in scale and pattern than the rounded hills on which Kintradwell sits.
I would say it is more diverse and complex, if your preference is...
Well, it's not my preference. I'm trying to see if you agree that the guidance here from SNH, as they then were, is pertinent to this. And I'd suggest to you that if you're looking at it from the coastal side, the landscape is of a more intricate scale and pattern than the landscape in which Kintradwell sits.
The landscape close to you, I would concede is more intricate.
Thank you. And therefore that makes turbine size a key issue when you're viewing it from that more intricate landscape, doesn't it? Well, that takes you to another question. I'm just asking you to agree whether you accept that that is a key issue.
Turbine, it's a factor. Turbine size and the perception of the size of turbines relates to numerous elements, one of which is the landscape in which is being viewed from and the landscape in which those turbines sit.
Do you not accept it's a key issue in the context of this paragraph, when considered in the context of this paragraph?
It could apply to a point.
Could apply to a point. Right, here, let's move on. 325. Here we're in the siting and design section. 325 is under the title landform.
Sorry, can I check? Did you say 225 or
325?
Oh, sorry.
The opening sentence of 325 talks about the need for visual balance. And the next sentence goes on to talk about unstable steep slopes, which I'm not going to ask you further about at this stage. It's the sentence following that I want to ask you about. It is also important that scale and extent of wind farm do not seem to overwhelm the distinctive character and scale of a landform, especially prominent landforms. Do you accept that one of the questions here for the reporter when compiling his report is whether these turbines do seem to overwhelm the distinctive character and scale of the landform. And this is indeed a prominent landform. Is it? It's situated on a prominent landform, is it not?
I would agree that the prominence and appearance of the turbines would be a factor that would be one that is considered. That is the purpose of the LVIA, to present information and enable such an undertaking to be carried out.
Okay.
If
right.
you don't mind repeating the second part.
Yeah. Do you accept that this is a site, because this location of the wind farm is within or on a prominent landform?
No, I don't. In relative terms, compared with the wider landscape along which these hills form part, the location of the site comparatively is on a relatively balanced, simple, undramatic landscape, and there are more varied and pronounced elements in the landscape which are seen from a number of viewpoints, which I'm sure we'll be able to discuss in the morning.
Okay. Well, balanced, simple, undramatic, it's indeed a steady ridgeline. For instance, if viewed from Brora, we'd be looking at it from viewpoint 2. It does form part of a balanced, simple, but prominent ridgeline, does it not?
No, I don't agree.
We can just note your disagreement. We'll move on. 326. Presumably you would accept that skylines are of critical importance. What you do about them is the next stage. But do you accept skylines are of critical importance?
They are a factor to consider when designing wind farms, and as have set out in my inquiry report, as one of the considerations that the design team had when they were looking at developing this scheme.
So there's a difference between you and Nature Scott. They consider they're critical and you consider they're just one factor. We can note that. In the third sentence, it says this: the viewer's eye is naturally drawn to the skyline, although the extent to which this happens depends upon the nature of the skyline, the distribution and type of other elements and foci within the scene. That's a statement of the fairly obvious. I imagine that's contentious. The skyline may be especially valued if it conveys a sense of wildness, forms the backdrop to a settlement, or as a particularly distinctive landform. Do you not accept that the skyline, when viewed from a coastal plain here, is part of a particularly distinctive landform?
Sorry, do you mind repeating?
Do you accept that when viewed from Brora or the A9, that the site sits on a particularly distinctive landform?
No, I don't agree that it's particularly distinctive.
Okay, well that's very helpful in identifying the differences between us. When we go on to 327, given the prominence of skylines, it's particularly important that a wind farm avoids these or is sited and designed to relate to them. So, first of all, the guidance isn't to avoid skylines, it's either to avoid them or to design to relate to them. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
It goes on in the third sentence in paragraph 327 to say, the design of a wind farm from key viewpoints and routes should ensure it does not detract from the character of a distinctive skyline. Do you not accept, for instance, from the A9 that this wind farm sits on a distinctive skyline?
No, I don't. I'm afraid I've described the experience of travelling along the A9, and it is a skyline across towards which there are views available from the A9 or Brora, for
You don't
instance.
accept they're distinctive. That's fine. I mean, you're entitled to your view, but I can comment on it in due course. So I'd suggest to you it's a very distinctive skyline, and it's a distinctive skyline that you pick up when you drive past Tain, and you continue to have regard to, obviously depending on visibility, all the way until you get to Helmsdale. And you enter into, through a gateway at that stage, into a different landscape context. But the skyline, I would suggest to you, is distinctive and prominent. You don't accept that, though?
I don't accept that this part of the hills, as perceived from the wider landscape, as you're travelling in or around or from wider viewpoints, in the context in which this part of the hills, this part of the landscape is seen, I don't believe that this is a particularly distinctive part of that wider landscape.
Okay. So it's not particularly distinctive, not particularly prominent. That's a matter the reporter can form a view on. But if he did form the view that it was distinctive and prominent, do you accept the guidance in 328 that it shouldn't be interrupted by turbines?
It doesn't say that it shouldn't be interrupted.
It says distinctive and prominent skylines should not be interrupted by turbines in the second sentence, in 328.
It does say that.
Thank you.
And then it continues to say, if the skyline is simple in nature, for example, over moorland and hills, it's important that wind turbines possess a simple visual relationship to this feature, avoiding variable height and spacing, the overlapping of turbines or blades intermittently breaking the skyline. And I believe that when we look at the design of...
With respect, Ms. Horn, I'm going to just ask you to stop there. I'll come on to the second sentence and give you a chance to explain it. But I suggest to you that those two sentences are dealing with different things. One's dealing with a simple skyline, for example, over moorland hills, and it's giving advice. But that's the third sentence. The second sentence is dealing with distinctive and prominent skylines, should not be interrupted by turbines. If this reporter considers it is a distinctive and prominent skyline, would you not accept the advice that it shouldn't be interrupted by turbines?
That is one part of the advice that is given in siting and designing wind farms. However, it also does set out that you can't entirely avoid skylines, and that, in fact, where turbines are seen against a skyline, they can be perceived to be more visually recessive than if they were to be seen against a backdrop of hills, for instance.
Absolutely. But turning to the third sentence to which you wish to draw our attention, I said I would come back to it. If the skyline is simple in nature, for example, over moorland and hills, if you're looking over moorland and hills towards Kintradwell, you would be looking from the west or the northwest, wouldn't you? Or maybe even from the southwest. West and northwest, but primarily. Broad sphere of, if you're looking over moorland and hills to Kintradwell.
I don't believe that's what it's saying. It's saying about the actual skyline being simple and comprising moorland and hills, as opposed to how you are
looking over it.
Looking at it.
Rightio. Then if we go on to 333, right. I think we can just note there's guidance about perspective, but I'm going to pick that up later when we come to the visualizations. Because one of the factors that has to be taken into account, and I think we agreed about this, is when you're have Gordon Bush particularly in the same arc of view as Kintradwell. Whilst you accept it's not an extension, Kintradwell wouldn't be viewed as an extension. They do have to sit comfortably together. Is that a fair way of summarising your case? Good.
Yes.
343 talks about focal features. Sorry, my apologies. It's getting late in the afternoon. It's dealing with settlements. And it says it's important that wind farms do not dominate or negatively affect settlements. So threshold with this will vary in different landscapes. But that is guidance to bear in mind, depending on the extent to which you think settlements are affected when considering, for instance, the impact on Brora and Dol.
Yes, you might bear that in mind. You might also bear in mind what it says at para 3.45, which is regarding separation from buildings and a setback.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're in urban and industrial locations, but we note what you've said. If we go on to, we are on the coast here. Do you accept that the coastal landform at Brora or even up by Helmsdale consists of the coast, the raised beaches, and then rising hills to the skyline? That's all part of the coastal landform. Would you accept that?
I would say that there are some differences between the landscape surrounding the settlements, surrounding Brora, surrounding Helmsdale, and that are different from the connecting coastal corridor which links the two to the north of Brora along Lothbeg Point, and then which joins Glenloth a little further up, and then meets Helmsdale further north. The landscape surrounding the settlements is different from that intervening coastal shelf landscape.
Okay, but does the coastal shelf landscape, in your view, when you're considering the coastal landform, does that include the hills which rise above it, which provide the backdrop to it, or not? Just trying to.
The hills are
part of the coastal landform.
They are visible from within it.
But do they form part of the coastal landform or not, in your view?
I think I accept that there is a relationship between the coastal, more settled, populated locations and the shelf and the rising hills.
Well, let me put it to you. If you turn, the reason I'm asking this, if you turn to 352, the SNH give guidance on coast, and the focus of views, 352 being along coastlines, concentration of settlements. And it's important, they say, that wind farms did not detract from landmarks, but distinctive coastal landforms. And I'm just, when one's looking to apply that, one needs to know whether you consider that hills that form the backdrop to the coast here are part of that distinctive coastal landform, or do you think they lie beyond it?
Well, I haven't agreed that it's particularly distinctive, and the part, if I were to describe an area of it which I consider to be distinctive, it is that which lies some distance to the north of Brora and then connects to Helmsdale, where you have the narrow coastal shelf between the two, where the A9 is sandwiched between the beach and the foothills.
Interesting. Do you think where the monument to the Duke of Sutherland sits is on a distinctive landform or not?
I think the monument draws attention to that part of the landscape.
Is it on a
that is
distinctive landform or not?
It is more. It is a hill which has got similar characteristics to other local hills that surround it, such as Ben Horn. And attention is drawn to Ben Braggy because of the Duke of Sutherland monument. I wouldn't say it is of itself particularly distinctive.
Does it form part of a distinctive coastal landform in the same way that the Kintradwell site does? You don't think so. Okay, that's helpful. Bora would be a coastal settlement, though, wouldn't it, in terms of this guidance?
It is a coastal settlement, yes.
And then, lastly, just coming to the end on this document, 4.4, we're again looking at multiple wind farms. I don't think there's actually, given your agreement to the way I put it to you before, I'm not sure we need to deal with 4.4 and 4.14. Well, perhaps, yes, 4.14, because I think this may be relevant to some of the viewpoints from the heading inland, so sort of 8, 9 and 10. 4.14 says, as multiple wind farms are built, they're more likely to compete with the landscape's original foci. Do you accept that as a generality, that when the more wind farms you build, the more likely they are to compete with the landscape's original foci?
Yes, generally I agree. You can move towards a wind farm landscape where the characteristics of the landscape have been so affected by considerable extensive development that it becomes more of an integral part of that landscape. However, that's not the case here.
The design aspiration should be to avoid visual confusion and maintain focal point, pattern and hierarchy. Can I ask you, just to finish off with, we're going to go to one viewpoint, taking it slightly out of order, but viewpoint 8 in the Highland Council visualisations. So that's in the CD 113, I think. Do you have that? If you go to the existing view, which is above the wire line, I don't know what the conical shaped hill in the middle of that view is, but that's definitely a focal point, is it not? I don't know what its name's called, but you may. You're probably braver than I to try and pronounce it. But it's definitely a focal point, is it not?
Yes.
But if you, you're either looking at the wire lines or turning over 2 pages and looking at the 27-degree photo montage, you've got turbines either side of it and indeed a turbine behind it, as well as the turbines of Gordon Bush to the left. Isn't that clearly doing what this says you should avoid, which is to avoid visual confusion and maintain local point, pattern and hierarchy?
No, I disagree. As you would expect, the location of the Kintradwell proposals in this view, set on wider, slightly more elevated, simple moorland behind the feature and actually more distant to the viewpoint than the other existing operational wind development actually acts to make it recede in the view.
Well, I hear what you say. We can agree to disagree, but we can revert to that tomorrow morning if that's an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay. I'm sorry you find yourself on the witness stand overnight. But it'd be grateful if you don't discuss the case with your team. Okay, it's been a long day. I think we've got through quite a lot of material. I think we're probably where we'd hoped we would be when we started talking about how things might pan out first thing this morning. So that's good. If we could reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning, please, and we'll hear the conclusion of the cross-examination. I'll have a few questions, and then there'll be the re-examination. So thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.